Welcome. What is up, everybody, and happy Saturday. Virtual Chief, Atomic Runner, Sword Fam, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else. What's good? Everything, I hope. Or at least, enough. Things in general. It is Saturday, and it is just past 1 p.m., and it is the new stream schedule, and I am, a little bit dark here, it looks like. Let's turn up the light a little bit. That should be a little bit better. As expected, I was scrambling a little bit to get up and running in time for stream, but we're here. We're good to go. I had an intention behind the schedule change, which I stand by. It just so happens that we spent last night playing fighting games, and as is wont to happen when I do those streams, I end up staying up way later on Friday night than I usually do. So we streamed till like 2 a.m. And then of course, I don't know, I get riled up, so I can't like go to bed immediately, even though I should. So I stayed up for another like hour or two, which I really shouldn't have. And then, because of my usually fairly rigid sleep schedule, I still wasn't able to probably... I don't know, it's like this awkward timing where I wasn't able to get up as early as I probably should have in order to have time to eat and do things before streaming, but then I also didn't sleep long enough to get a full night's rest, probably, so... I haven't slept properly, and I haven't eaten properly, but I'm sure this stream will go great. I mean, on the flip side, I had a blast yesterday, so even though we had some well, I was going to say technical difficulties, we didn't really. We had some difficulties with TMNT mostly, but that was still super fun. I had a great time playing, and then we ended up, got raided by Dino, so there was a billion people in chat, and after wrapping up Neo Geo Battle Coliseum, there was just like an hour-long just chatting bonus stream. Was it 1 hour? Probably it was like 2 hours of just sitting there chatting. That was really fun too, though. But man, these 1 p.m. streams I think will be a little bit more manageable when I don't stay up until like 3 a.m. on Friday. But that's neither here nor there. Today we will be continuing, of course, Onimusha 2. And I'm pretty excited. We last time we played this, we got stuck on a very silly kind of situation, which I immediately after streaming did some research to figure out. And it was pretty interesting because what happened was I figured I would just have to look at a YouTube video of someone playing through the game to see what was up there. And when I skimmed through a video, the scene I was stuck on did not appear in the video, which had me a little bit confused, but not too surprised. I figured, like, yeah, okay, I guess there's gonna be... We already knew. So for those who didn't watch last time, I guess I should mention, in Onimusha 2 you have these partner characters, and we ended up getting kind of stuck in a sequence where we play as Fuma Kotaro, who's one of the other characters. And there's a system in the game where you have to, well, you don't have to, I guess, but you can give gifts to, there's like 4 partner characters, assist characters, friends, whatever you want to call them. And you can like shower them with gifts to make them like you better. And depending on who likes you best or what the different like friendship status is, they may or may not come to your aid when you are in need. And I guess there's like 4 different sequences like this where you play as another character, and which ones of those trigger depends on your status with those characters. So the YouTube video I happened to just look up did not feature the scene that we were stuck on, because that game, like that playthrough, was just done differently. And that led me to instead, so that video obviously was not going to give me the answers I was looking for. So I went to Game FAQs just real quick, took a look at what guides were there for Onimusha 2. And I saw that there was a guide for, I guess it was called like scenario something or other. And I'm sure I could have known plenty of this beforehand if I had like read the manual. But as it turns out, the entire system of like alternate, not necessarily paths and routes, but optional events, let's call them. I guess the game calls them scenarios, but there's like a bazillion, gajillion cutscenes and events in the game that only happen under specific circumstances. And those circumstances are, by and large, determined by, like, governed by this gift-giving system. So there's, apparently, I didn't, like, study this in detail, because ultimately it's not going to have that much of an impact on my decision-making as we play the game. But there are, if I remember correctly, for each character, there's, like, either there's 2 different values, or there's just the one value, but depending on which range you are in. So it's like a friendship value or whatever. I think they call it degree of friendship in the guide. And by giving gifts, that like value will go up if they like the gift. If they don't, it'll go down. If you encounter that character in like an action stage and you don't help them clear out the enemies before leaving, the value will drop significantly, apparently. And certain, like, the value needs to be above a certain level for a character to, like, come help you out or something, but there's also this convoluted system of how these different, like, the 4 characters, like, basically, if you want certain scenes to play out, or you want access to certain parts, you have to be careful not to raise the level too high on one of them, but, like, keep them all in some kind of average level. So, like, it's a fascinating system in that tons of minor little things that don't have an obvious connection to these events seem like they would control stuff. So, like, if you give gifts kind of based on your best guessing ability of what gifts are appropriate for which character, you know, you'll raise and lower these values, however. And if you play the game a second time, if you just do those things a little bit differently, there's potentially a lot of different scenes that might play out differently or will happen or not altogether. Which is intriguing, because you would think that that would mean that, provided that you don't make the exact same decisions, like there's a lot of, it's not a matter of replaying the game and doing one thing differently for one scene to play out differently, but you have, there's a high degree of granularity in those kinds of decision making, or like branching points, or whatever you want to call it. The less charitable way of looking at it is that there is a tremendous amount of content in the game, scenes and events, that you will not see unless you match very specific criteria. I got the impression, I don't know if this is the case, but I kind of got the impression that after beating the game will sort of track, or rather present to the player, kind of which scenes you've gotten or not. Or, like, there appears to be a thing where you want to replay the game to potentially, like, find all, I think there's 100 scenarios, and some of those, like, each scenario basically is a cutscene, or in some cases maybe these, like the part we're in the game right now where you play as a different character, I guess that might count as a scenario, I'm not sure, but some of them are just like events that will not happen. Some of them are just like you have to find a person in the village to trigger a cutscene. Not all of them are strictly tied to the progression, like the mainline progression, and things will happen differently depending on the gift-giving status. Like most of them, I guess, are like that, but some are just a matter of finding stuff. And in some cases, it's like you have to talk to certain NPCs 3 times, and then they will give you an item. And if you give that item, a specific item, to a person, having gifted that specific item will then have some sort of impact on whether some other scene plays out. Like, there's stuff like that. So even if you're not like a completionist and want to get like full 100% unlocks, but just like, well, I want to see more of the scenes with this character, the game is like incredibly obtuse with what you actually need to do to like get that. That's the impression I got from the guide, at least. And it's, I don't know, it seems very kind of convoluted. So I mean, in our case, obviously we're not going to be doing multiple playthroughs. We'll play this through the game once and we'll, you know, we'll see what happens. But I feel I'm not even sure how I feel. I said last time too that the whole gift stuff is a little it feels like you have to spend a lot of time and energy giving stuff and you don't know what you're supposed to give, and the feedback you get is a little unclear. Like, there's so much about the system that seems a little needlessly convoluted, and that's the impression I got before I even understood half of how convoluted it actually is. So it's like neat, but I'm not actually, you know, to put it this way, if this system is completely absent in Onimusha 3, I will not shed a tear, I don't think. But it also seems from I didn't read through the entire guide. I didn't want to like spoil myself too much, but the impression I got from reading up a little bit on the stuff that we have already passed is that the point we're at in the game, we've kind of maybe made some sort of final decision as to which character is going to be our main partner character for the rest of the game. So like, I guess this is super like front heavy, where like you want to get all this gift shit stuff done as soon as possible because it's going to sort of lock in a particular path for the second like half or 2/3 of the game, which also seems a little peculiar. I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that seems a little bit peculiar about the system, but it is ambitious and it's kind of neat, and I greatly appreciate the fact that the cast of characters feel a lot more involved in the game than Kaede, who's like the one support character, or whatever you want to call them, partner characters in the first game. But we'll see. We'll see. In any case, I did find out what it is that we're supposed to do to make progress. We ended up being stuck for a good while at the end of the last stream, which ended up well, you know, it was a little bit annoying then, but what it means for today is that we've grinded a bunch of extra souls. So once we reunite with I almost called him Samanosuke. What's his name? Jube. We should be able to upgrade a weapon or armor like instantly. So that's nice. So we'll kind of explain what was going on once we get into it. So let's see if we can get the game going. And of course we had to change some discs around because we were playing Zero Divide yesterday. Yeah, that game's pretty cool. Oh yeah, I need to change the memory card too, don't I? Although I think this game actually lets you use the second memory card slot. It's kind of an inconvenience with PlayStation that there's obviously 2 memory card slots, which you would think is very convenient. But then a lot of games don't. I think it's more common on PS1 maybe than on PS2. A lot of games just flat out don't let you use the second card slot. So, like, if I knew for a fact that every PS2 games let me use the second slot, I could just keep my PS2 memory card in the second slot and use the first slot for my PS1 card. But it's not always that simple. So we'll see. I just realized I forgot to refill my beverage here. Well, I got my cup of tea. No memory card. Okay, slot 2. Load. Okay, yes. Nice. Loading system data from memory card slot 2. Man, leave it to Capcom to make a game properly. To make use of both memory card slots. Thank you very much, Lord Capcom, for doing things properly. Suzuki Kara. Memory card. Plot 2. Right, so the objective of the game, I guess, is to collect these 5 orbs. So we can go fight Nobunaga or some such. Because Nobunaga destroyed our village. Also, we learned that apparently Jubei's mother... He never knew his mother, but he learned that his mother was in fact a demon. But he seems pretty cool about that. He's like, well... The only thing that really matters is gotta fucking defeat Nobunaga. Like, alright, cool. Human, demon, doesn't matter so much. But I guess that goes some ways towards explaining his demon powers. So currently, as mentioned, we are playing as
Unspeakable horror.
Uma Kotaro. Nico Jazz subscribed with the ultimate golden crown tier 3 subscription. It's incredible. 17 months of unspeakable horrors. You still have a crown on your gold skull, which is completely invisible because you've got a gold skull with a gold crown. And in just one more month, you will graduate to a different colored skull where your gold crown will actually be visible. Because realistically speaking, I can't imagine myself getting around to making the effort to update the sub icons before then. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, dude, thank you so much, Nico. Yes, I greatly appreciate that. It's very generous of you. Yeah, the map is it's a bit like extermination, right? So by going to the right here, past the river, eventually we can make it up here. This kind of building-looking thing. There's a some kind of puzzle box or something, and when you go there, Kotaro is like, "Well, I shouldn't touch this. I'll leave it to Jubei." And if you try to go south, there's like this totem pole-looking thing with like tentacle laser beams that's blocking you from trying to pass it. And you need to insert. There's like a little disc with a red half and a blue half and 2 little slots to insert something. And I don't have any objects to insert. And I couldn't quite understand what... my analog stick is a bit wonky here. Let me just... understand exactly what it was I was being asked to do here. But when I saw the solution, I was like, wow, okay. So... we're gonna make our way back. So you can see there, on our HUD, we have like 8 full bars of XP that we've gathered, souls, I guess. So over here, you see this little thing. I completely like erased from my mind that we had even opened up this thing, because in the first game, this is a thing that exists, right? You have these little challenge rooms. And they look the exact same and are completely optional. So when we got here, I like made it through 3 or 4 waves, and then I was like, well, this is gonna be just an optional tedious grind for some reward. It's probably not gonna be worth it. So I'll probably just skip that. But as it turns out, this is not optional. This is where you go to get whatever items we need. And I simply, I don't know, it just completely slipped my mind that this was even here. It didn't occur to me that this might be the critical path forward. Step into light, sure. So we'll see. Hopefully we don't have to grind like 20 floors of this. But I guess even if we do, that's still less time spent than we did just fucking around last time. I don't know, I felt very silly when I saw it because obviously you don't really, like, there's not really many other places I could have gone. But because I'd already kind of filed this away in my brain as an optional thing, I didn't think to even, like, try it. But that's fine. Like I said, we getting something out of it for sure. Powers. I'm gonna get blue soul to refill it every now and then anyway, so. Oh yeah, he's got the stuff in there, right? I think charge now. Combat's like pretty simple, but it doesn't feel bad. At least with Jubei, of course, you get a little bit more. Do a little bit more. You can throw shurikens with this guy at least. I still do like the combat, like the way even though it can trip me up a little bit sometimes, the auto aim, like auto lock on stuff generally works really well. Yeah, so we opened that chest previously. That's like as far as we play this first time, because when we first activated the thing, I kind of hopped in to take a look, and then after 3 or 4 waves, I was like, you know what? Oh, I think I did fight these guys. So when you're in this mode, they will kind of, I guess your body acts as some kind of a decoy. Sometimes they'll attack it, but it's invincible. I'm not sure if they can really attack you when you're invisible. I don't know, it seems pretty good. Oh shit, I didn't see that he was preparing another attack. Well, down attack is a bit shit though, because it hits so far forward that it's kind of awkward to space it correctly. Probably gotta heal up, but I may have, like, these enemies drop items every now and then, right? So I don't know if they drop healing items or, well, trading items don't show up on Kotaro's inventory, so maybe when we go back to Jubei, he's got like 50 mysterious mushrooms and shit. But we can use one of these. Let's continue. Oh, yeah, this is new. Unopened treasure chest. There's a little flint over there, too. There we go, there's the red item. So maybe there's another floor to find the blue one. It's so funny. If I'd just been like 10% more patient the first time we got here, that would have been it, basically. But that's fine. Like I said, you know, ultimately, we're coming out on top because we've got a shit ton of XP for all this. What do we got? Alright, the blue needle thing. Oh, is that what we're using? This is a new weapon? I mean, I guess that's what you would expect from a bloody palace. What's up, Brunin? Yeah, see, like, that's the thing, right? I had assumed that this was an optional thing, but apparently this is, you need to do this. That's why I was stuck for like an hour last time, because I had erroneously assumed that this was an optional bonus thing, but you actually need to do this to get the item you need to progress. Yeah, so this was the weapon we gifted him previously, but we just found this, so cool, let's equip this. Speaking of, I don't know what I was speaking of. Something reminded me, maybe I don't know. 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 I I'm a little loopy today because I didn't get enough sleep or enough food. But video games can't wait. Well, maybe what I was going to say is we did fighting games last night. Anyway, we finished of course, the Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game bonus stream challenge number 10 to do that stream, which means that we are now about to start raising funds for the 11th installment. Let me just see if I have some other reward stuff here set up improperly. Yeah, I don't need to have that. Let me just take a quick look to make sure that this is all set up. Viewer's Choice versus Fighting bonus stream 11. Yes, yes. 100K, 30 days, looks good. All right, let's book it. Let's start challenge. Boom! You should see that in chat now. So there we go. The floodgates are officially open for pouring your hard-earned con coins into the community fund, aka paying your fight tax. Okay, well that took like 2 minutes. We'll return to Earth. So we got like the red little stick, and then we got like a blue. Because when I so I had this, and I used this to like open up the I forget how I did it exactly, but I basically opened up this gate. What if I can use the blue one to open up a blue gate so I can find a blue stick? If that's what I need to do. No. Because I don't think I'm supposed to insert this into that totem pole thing. I was expecting... Well... Maybe by using the red one, we will... Because this wasn't in a chest. It was like just there. I don't think I would have missed some other like item to just pick up. Fuck it, let's just go back and... Oh shit. Can't block that. Health refill. Maybe just using the one red item is enough to like make it past or something. I guess we'll save. Better safe than sorry. No. Mashing too hard. There we go. Oh yeah, right. This is the mysterious forest in which Jubei is currently stuck. Luckily, Totoro doesn't need ladders to climb, so he can go up this way. Past the merman in the river. Dude, the screen looks so fucking good with the water. But this game overall is really gorgeous. I believe. Oh yeah, that's the locked door that needs the one of Jubei's weapons. Yeah, there we go. So if I walk past this or try to, it looks like this. See, so it looks... Let's use the red one and see what happens. I guess nothing. So it probably missed something in the Bloody Palace, which is fine. It didn't take too long to fight through it, so... I think these guys may respawn, at least the small guys, because they come out of that little gauntlet-style enemy spawner. Yeah, okay. Forget what I did with this. Well, hopefully we're not, like, actually stuck. I think it says, like, on the description of those, like, needles, like, it looks like you can put something in it. I don't know. Let's, I guess, return for now and see if... I wasn't, like, smart enough to keep... I mean, I could obviously find it easily again, but I didn't keep that guide on hand. I, once again, was a little bit naive, making assumptions that having read through it once, and to my knowledge, having understood what it said, I was like, yeah, okay, now I know what to do. And now I'm suddenly finding myself wondering. So, in that little Bloody Palace section, was there... Could there have been another item on the floor, just like a little glint that you need to interact with that I missed? I feel like you kind of see those things pretty clearly. What if I... Okay, let's see if... Can't use this. This is a recovery item. Let's hop back here. Maybe you just need to go through it twice, and the second time you get a blue stick or something. Who the heck knows? But I'll definitely keep an eye open for items to pick up, I guess. Just keep doing additional XP grinding. Try to make it quick. See, his down attack like whips so easily. This weapon seems more powerful because these dudes go down quicker. Like, take like 2 hits now. Which, fine by me. Run around and mash circle in case there's an invisible item to pick up. So if I make it to the bottom of this and I still can't find anything, without wasting more time, I'm definitely gonna go look at the guide again. It's just weird for it to be so kind of confusing and obtuse, because nothing else has really been... Like, initially, of course, I just fully fucked up by ignoring this section. But it being seemingly easy to miss what it is that you're supposed to do or find? Things a little strange to me. Nice counter. What's up, Sanu? Salada? Welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. Yeah, so, like, I mean, mandatory, I guess it depends on how you see it, because if you're doing this scenario, I guess it is mandatory, but you might not see this entire thing, because, yeah, I did a little more research after last stream, and the whole gift-giving friendship status system seems incredibly convoluted. It's interesting in a way, but specifically if you have like any kind of desire to access particular scenes or interact with characters, there's a lot of things that impact which scenes will be available from the sounds of things, making it a little bit of a pain if, like I said, if there's something special that you do want to see or do. Or, you know, you just might find yourself in this kind of situation where it's not the easiest thing. Surprisingly complicated to even figure out what it is you're tasked with. Or, I mean, I know what I'm tasked with, just not how I'm expected to. So, last time I'd completely skipped this, assuming it was optional. But then I read in a guide that it is not. And we made it through to the bottom, or at least we couldn't go further down. We just go back up. And in that last room, there was a pickup that gave us one of the 2 items we need. It's possible that somehow, somewhere, there's now a second gate that we can use the blue needle to open. So that'll be my second thing to look, I guess. Just double back further. But I don't know exactly. Yeah, from my minimal research, it appears that there is each partner character has like one mission, or whatever you want to call it, episode. And I'm not sure if you can access more than one in a single playthrough, because it seems like there's the whole friendship system, both like it's keeping track of your friendship stat for each character, of course, but it also appears that some things are like, by raising the level too high on one character, that will lock out content for another character, basically. But like I said, I kind of skimmed through a description and a guide. Okay, so I believe this is the last room. Oh, maybe not. We'll see. And just from reading the description, I could kind of tell that it's like, this... Yeah, this seems cryptic and convoluted. It's like full-on fucking Saga style, like invisible stats governing like everything. So I feel fairly confident in saying that there's at least no little item lint like showing up for an item we can collect somewhere that we've missed. Because the red little stick that we got was not in a chest. It was just like in the environment. But I mean, these rooms are all red. We used a red thing to enter here. Like it's been so long because we were stuck for so long after activating it. But I want to say that we used that red needle thing to access this. There was like some sort of a symbol or something on the ground, and that's how we got in here. But inside here at the bottom level, we got a blue one of those, which I can not, like, I tried using it here, and that did nothing. But I guess we can go back further and see if there's a blue something somewhere. To enter a second set of Bloody Palace rooms. Wanna get past? Oh yeah, we gotta. Oh, okay, right. Gotta make it to the ladder so I can jump down. No, I think yeah, it's just like the cave entrance. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to backtrack further than this. All right, let me. Before we waste any more time, let me just look it up again then. Because, yeah, even finding, like, a walkthrough, it gets a little, there's so many different, like, routes and optional scenes and stuff, so it's not... Because, again, the first thing I did was look at a YouTube video, but in that playthrough video, this scene wasn't in it, so, like... How did I even find this? Okay, I think I found... Okay. Kotaro saves Jubei, I think is the... Okay, yeah. Wait, what? There's another what? Okay. I think my speculation was correct, just that the new Bloody Palace is opened up in a completely different spot. I mean, not that I knew or thought that it would be here specifically, but literally the other end. So presumably getting the blue thing, needle, wedge, whatever, has made that thing appear later on. I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you did it correctly the first time, you would not backtrack, you would advance. So that, I guess, makes sense. But it's, I don't know, it's so completely out of line. Like, I feel like up until this point, all of the puzzles, if you can call them that, like the progression in this game as well as the first, like it follows, like you use items, there's locks and keys. Here, this is quite esoteric, what even triggers those things to appear. Well, that's fine. We should very soon be... So yeah, we have to continue further on here. Not this way, but this way. Oh yeah, through the water, I think. Yeah, there we go. So good. So I guess over here there should be a blue gate. I don't think there was. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that was not here before. Ah, progress. Okay, it's weirdly purple, but it's fine. Well, these guys go down pretty quickly at least. Oh! I'm just blocking once would be enough. Wow, one hit. Blocking definitely seems, like I mentioned before, that in the first game, when you have archers shooting at you, in the first game, like they can shoot you in the back when you're blocking. In this game, your block is like omnidirectional. And I guess it's not specific to the archers, it's just that those are the most common situation, because you don't automatically like target, like face them. But I remember those, the block the ball attacks also being a little bit of a nuisance to block. Oh, healing would be nice. Oh, what the? Oh, come on. So these enemies like keep defending, and you have to break their guard, which you can do with a kick, just down and attack. But you don't always see, like sometimes you kick them, and then they, like before you have time to attack, they'll start blocking again. It's ever so slightly annoying to deal with. Controller cable is getting caught in my chair. There we go. Use some of these shurikens. Why not? What's in here? Medium healing item. Good. Oh yeah, that reminds me, like, in that guide, it also said, like, by gifting, like, good items, you can get, like, good gifts back, basically. Because when you gift items to your friends, you get stuff from them. But eventually you'll start getting what they describe as like trash items. So that's basically an indication that you have maxed out, or like general level of friendship. Fucking hell. Start up on my shuriken pretty slow. And I definitely started getting a lot of those items. So I think in Kotaro's case, once I gave him the weapon and stuff, I feel like I didn't give him that much stuff, but I still like, I guess we're playing as him now because we like maxed out his friendship. Bring a pillar to a shuriken fight. I mean, can't go wrong with a pillar. I think I'll still just use a small heal item because it'd be enough to keep us alive. Because I think we're almost. Well, I guess I don't know for a fact, but I don't think there's that much left on Kotaro's part here. And once we get back his Jubei, the healing items are like rare enough that I would like to prefer not to waste one if avoidable. These shurikens aren't gonna do us any good, so I might as well use those. That's the wrong block one. Oh yeah, I can use this. Oh, that was a yellow. Pretty cool, you do like a knockdown when they land on their feet. Oh shit, what the heck? Why didn't he do the down attack? It can be really hard to see sometimes if, like the color of the orbs. Because the red ones are the XP, yellow is health, and blue is like demon power refill. But they're so bright, and the color of the background like greatly impacts what they kind of look like. Alright, there's the blue one. Nice. Well, I lucked out of not having to use another healing item. And we got the blue stick. So we're good. There are one or two more screens in this area past the totem pole, but I think there's not much left before we will find Jubei. Actually, yeah, it's a one more. I was like, let me insert that before I save. But what if inserting it triggers a cutscene and we advance? I don't think that would be the case, but let's play it safe. Ah, finally. New screen. It's been a while. Yeah, basically once we go back to Jubei, we should have enough to instantly upgrade like 2 weapons. Cutscene? Oh, there we go. Lord Jubei. Show yourself. Am I pretty?
なんだ、小太郎が脅かすな。
どうやらまんまと玄馬の術中にはまっちまったようだな。こんなもん 忍びの俺から見たらどうってことねえのによ。ついてこいよ。こっちだ。
I guess it was implied by taking the high ground route that Kotaro was able to just find where Jubei was and drop down and like, well, okay, this way. But entering the forest from the main entrance was too dangerous somehow.
もうこの森は悪さしないぜ。
さすがだな、小太郎。礼を言うぜ。
Like, well,
バカ野郎。
you're pretty
こん
good.
なことで礼を言うなって。また何かあったら、この
Like, well,
小太
no need
郎様が。
to praise me for this simple thing, but hey, if you need help,
な。
just know you can rely on our old pal Kotaro. So we got his shit, I guess. Yeah, so this like charm or necklace or whatever collected all the souls. Because obviously Kotaro doesn't have the demon hand. But he could still collect them using this, so now they all get transferred. I'm assuming that everything else in his inventory will transfer too. Otherwise, I guess there would be not much point to collecting it. Let's inspect. Yeah, I think this is all the same. Yeah, we have this. Yeah, because we had this from before. He didn't collect. Yeah, we have everything. We're good. There's bullets and arrows. Yeah, like these are the items you get from gift trading when they don't have any like actual things to give you. So we definitely, but I guess like Kotaro happened to be the one with the highest rating, or I don't know exactly how it works, but he's our friend now anyway. Okay, we got 3. Not that many. I was expecting more items to have been, because we kept picking up shit, but oh well. Well, we're gonna need to find a actually, where aren't we? Okay. We're gonna need to find a save station. I like that Kotaro left before we're like finding ourselves out of the forest. Right, there we go. Once we find a save station, we can upgrade some shit. Yeah, so this lady here haunted us and then went to kill our mom. And we won't stand for any of it. Alright, so he wanted to like, maybe I'll just eat you up without telling Lord Nobunaga. And now this guy's having some objections because we defeated this guy previously. But so he has unfinished business with Jubei. It's like, oh, they've got a big fight over which one of them is gonna eat us, I guess. Alright, well. I'll send you right back to hell. Oh yeah, we got the things. Yeah, I think it was in the middle of an attack there, because usually even the big attacks are blockable. Here now? I think I hit him. Scooby-Dooing it over here. Love this, like, the leave effects. So cool. Oh, okay. That's fine. Like, I'm okay taking the hit to getting back to being able to fight again. Shit. Yeah, because we hit the health trigger, so now he shows up to help. Because we're good friends. Yeah, us down. Okay, doesn't really last. I'm not sure if he... Camera's a bit tricky. Okay, he stops eventually. I think he probably just happened to hit us on the one he did last time. Probably, I have... My other weapons are high level, so I guess I should use those. Oh yeah, you have like the unique demon bar for each weapon anyway, too. Like use all this shit. Hey, we got the Onimusha mode. I should probably do pretty quick work with this guy. I can't imagine he's got much more health left. Two purple orbs, looks like it, and a big health. Is he stuck in there, or? No. Oh. Dude, the fucking... Stop throwing those shurikens. I can't see shit. Like, using this seems to drop... items. There we go. Man, he was pretty tanky. I'm just glad we didn't end up having to spend precious healing items. It's good death animation. Oh shit, we got a Nobunaga action figure? Sick. So I'm gonna guess that that's some weird, like, post-game collectible something or other. So I wonder if there was something in particular we did during this fight. Like, maybe that's a thing that in each boss fight you can get something like that and show up here? No. Key items probably, I guess. Well, that's just weapons and armor. Oh, there we go. Jujudoma's precious. Maybe it might, of course, just be a story item, but... Figurine of Oda Nobunaga. Holding his sword. And, I don't know, commanding his troops, something? Yeah, Jujudoma's precious item. See some action figures of Onimusha 2? Yeah, we talked about that previously. McFarlane Toys made a line of Onimusha 2 figures when this game first came out. They made a lot of kind of interesting figures with some kind of surprising licenses. They made a bunch of like anime figures and some game stuff, because they did like Metal Gear Solid 2, Onimusha 2. They did some Halo stuff, but I think that was a little bit later. I can't remember. Like, obviously they did a like the movie Maniacs, like the movie figures were like their big thing at first. But yeah, they did. I think there was like one line of anime figures that had figures from like Akira and Trigun, I think. Maybe like Tenchi Muyo and some other stuff. I just barely recall all this stuff. I mean, this was what, 25 years ago, so my memory's a little bit hazy. Once I play this, can't really remember. Yeah, people seem to be of the opinion that this game is not the most memorable of the Onimusha games. Okay, well, I'm not sure which direction we're going here, but it looks the fucking same. Maybe it doesn't matter. I guess you leave. Dude, we're gonna level up. We're very close to being able to level up 3 weapons, because usually it seems like you require about 6,000 or 7,000 souls for each level up. And if you have even a little bit of souls in it already, the cool thing is when you level up both the weapons and your armor, it actually changes visibly on your character. It's a really cool effect. You can see, like, we leveled up his armor, so he's got these little shoulder pads now. Yeah, as far as the figures that they released, there was a figure of Jubei, of course, and there was a figure of what's his face, the guy with the white face and the mushroom hair, the demon swordsman who we had a very cool interaction with previously, where we bumped into him and he was like super impossible to fight, and Oyu showed up to help us. But yeah, I don't remember what other... I mean, of course, I'm not familiar with the game, but... Oh, here we go. So now we're back at the entrance. Well, I guess we'll... level up this. I don't know exactly what level up armor does, but it makes us look cooler, so let's do it. I assume going from level 2 to level 3 is going to be more expensive. Got like full sleeves. I guess we'll, in the name of research, we can take... but there's still... We still have a 4th weapon yet to be collected, of course. But fuck it, let's see how far we get towards level 3. Halfway, it looks like. Yeah. And let's not forget to save. It happened quite a few times where I was like, oh yeah, I gotta save. Well, I should level up first, and then I level up, and then I forget to save. Okay, so we found our way out of the forest. So now we're back in this place. We can't jump up the cliff with Jubei, but we can go back, and there will be a... or actually, forward. Well, no, we can't... Right. It's not so clear on the map, but yeah, we can't go up here. But if we go back further, there is another... Well, there's a gate for one of the weapons we have. I forget if it's the blue or green. Pretty sure? Shit. A rare mushroom. Guy's just twirling over there. I smell. I assume we have nothing left. I wonder if I can just... Well, I think there's a gate here, right? Yeah. I wonder if we can just go into the forest and find our way through it now. Obviously, there is stuff on the other side of the forest. Yeah, the thing... There's a little dragon statue thing by the cliff with a broken ladder and the save station. That's where we got the green spear, and that's what we need to get through there. But we'll take care of these guys first. Oh, actually, this kind of doesn't look like... Alright, we're collecting a whole line of Nobunaga action figures. I just realized as I destroyed it, it's like, wait, this doesn't lead anywhere. So I guess this was just for an item. Okay, alright, well. Maybe we need to trade the entire line of Nobunaga action figures with Fujitoma to be allowed safe passage. And or at least not being eaten. I'm going to assume that the Bloody Palace hasn't just, like, gotten refills on items. Spaceman Nobunaga, Sea Explorer Nobunaga, Construction Worker. Yeah. Nobunaga's trademark dune buggy. All there. It's all there. I just have a habit of saving every opportunity I get. Alright, okay, let's, I guess, try going into the forest then. I assume we're not gonna get lost. I have to redo the exact same thing again, at least. But there might still be some kind of puzzle thing. Like, I don't think we fucked up by triggering that rescue sequence. We might have, but I think it didn't seem like we had much. I mean, yeah, you had choices. There were literal fork in the roads, but forks in the road rather. But it wasn't like there was some kind of hint that, like, it didn't feel like we made a wrong turn and that led us to having that trigger. Yeah, see, we just... Exactly. Now we're back here. I believe if we go back... Dude, can I fucking hit that thing? I think if we backtrack this way... Oh, hello. Oh, we can trade more stuff, I guess. I mean, I think we're super good friends already, but... We like rare items, so we have like 4 rare mushrooms, so... I don't remember what he said when we gave one to him last time, but... Damn you, Nobunaga! I won't forgive you! Alright, okay. Alright, we're getting, pin-up collectibles, so that's not a trash item, so I guess we'll keep giving him rare mushrooms. Because he was going on before about how he's, like, interested in rare, unusual items. You okay, buddy? Alright, healing item, not bad. I guess technically healing items might also be just quote-unquote trash items, but at least it's more helpful than bullets. We don't even have a rifle yet. Alright. Is that also a healing item? Probably. Or no, I mean, I guess actually that's probably a gift item. Yeah. I guess we could give this to Eke. He wanted something sweet, I don't know, several hours ago. Well, let's give him our last mushroom and see what we get. Alright. Red tea set. He keeps giving us pretty good stuff, I feel like. Let's take a look at the map. Goes back here. Oh man, this fucking map, man. Yeah, I don't. The animation and the text, like the reaction. I don't know. It's quite confusing. it's quite confusing, I have to say. This is this screen, right? Okay. Oh yeah, this looks like that's not a path forward. I didn't look at it too closely before, but yeah, you can kind of tell that this looks like it's also just a little Nobunaga action figure alcove. Yep. We can go to the puzzle box now. I assume that's where we want to go. Let me just... Oh, man. That's the clip. Yeah, we went all back there. Yes, okay, we've gone... Okay, yeah, that's the only place left. Yeah, I mean, he was into those mushrooms, I guess. Good thing we got a little help back there. Screw these guys. Ah, maybe I should have saved because there's some weird... Didn't like... Blows back up now. There's like a death trap in here. I mean, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so the one with the sword was in the middle, at least. Or was this one in the middle? This one was on the right. Yeah, it looks like I'm supposed to put something here. Maybe I don't. I mean, I assume the puzzle is I have to place them correctly. Well, let's find out. But maybe he just puts it in the right place. Nope. You have to decide. Nothing happens. Okay. I saw the picture show up, and it took a split second for me to realize that I should probably memorize the order. And I saw that the one in the center had his hands kind of crossed, so I think this would have been... I'm just thinking of like the arms being more visible. Yeah, I think this is the one in the center. Given the whole death trap type situation, I'm just assuming here that if we get this wrong, bad things will happen. But I guess we'll find out. Oh, I fucked up. Wait, what? I get all of them super wrong? It looks like it. We're about to be a jubei sandwich. Okay, so basically if I shift them all one step to the left, I think. The straight arm one was in the center at least. Oh, okay, wait. Oh, okay. We get to see it again. Yeah, sword, arm, like hanging arms, crossed arms, okay. I literally could not have gotten it more wrong the first time. But at least they, you know, you get more than one chance. Figured something at least. Hey! Yeah, don't get to keep my action figures though. That's harsh. I mean, though, I guess, as much as I like my action figures, I would probably give up even my 3 favorite action figures in exchange for not getting crushed by a death spike trap from hell. You know, that's what it came down to. This looks pretty cool. Hey, fucking Bugs Bunny over here. Spawning iframes. I wanted to do the down attack, but sorry, auto targeting someone else. Whoa, okay. Yeah, it's rather the Nobunaga than my favorites. I mean, those look cool, though. I wanted to equip this. Oh, yeah, right. The bar you see there shows you the demon gauge. Oh, dude, the slowdown there. That was pretty satisfying. Fucking statues or corpses or whatever they are. Pretty good. This room is pretty cool. Like comparing this to all, like, not just the caves and forests, but even the castle in the first game has a lot of. Even though the art is very well done, it's still kind of generic castle hallways. This is a lot more interesting. So yeah, okay, it continues here. Oh, no point in leveling anything up here. Don't I have to redo the action figure death trap puzzle in case we do it even worse next time. Alright, what's this? Jujudoma's journal. Alright, lore.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
Space Hopper Copter. Subscribed at tier 1 for 4 months. No fear in the face of unspeakable horror. That's the spirit. That's what we like to see. Thank you very much for your continued support. Thank you very, very much. Alright, yeah, I'm not gonna bother reading this. Or even trying. Dude, this is pretty cool. Is this anything I can interact with? Probably not. Looks like a winch or something. Oh. Singing the praises of Nobunaga. Figures, yeah. She seems pretty into him. Gonna eat us. Oh, dude, yeah, his armor. I'll show you the wrath of a woman scorned. Alright. Puzzle room boss fight. Well, it's not a puzzle room exactly, but there's a thing in the way. Yeah, this special pretty good. It's like just sticking that hitbox. In someone's face. Okay, let's switch weapons so we get some Some more demon juice. We literally just saved, so we can... Okay. Good health. Oh, nice. If I can hit her, please. It's like so awkward to navigate this room with the camera angles and stuff. Oh, nice. Kotaro just tanked a hit for us. Yeah, I guess like whenever you absorb, I think this is exactly how it worked in the first game too. Whenever you absorb blue souls, it actually refills the gauge on all of your weapons, not just the one you have equipped. So naturally, the weapons you are not currently using will kind of get refilled. Oh shit. Always seems to drop at least some orbs. Tiny health, but I'll take it. Another one? Nice, okay. Ah, let's try to block. I guess I'll just stuck. Is she like flashing red? Kinda looks like it. Could be the light. Whoa, my nose is... Alright, okay. And we can use one of these. So this item gives you back demon power. I guess this probably also refills all, like, it probably affects all of your weapons then, too. That wouldn't make sense, right? Just for the safety. It takes forever to absorb the purple orbs, but I guess that's by design. It's actually quite convenient too, because sometimes you don't want to absorb them. Once you get the 5th one, that will trigger Onimusha mode. And if you want to like hold on to that, you want to have the ability to not choose not to absorb them. Camera's not great here. Hmm. I get the health. I can't even see. Oh, nice. Okay, good. Jube and the demons could solve the differences over a nice cold bottle of Coke. I mean, that's what Twitch keeps telling me. Every time I try to fucking watch a stream. I mean, you could be more cautious than I was. I'm definitely being very aggressive. Or impatient, rather. But yeah, sometimes the camera angles can be a bit tricky. And I don't know if his armor necessarily got way cooler, but I love the fact that you... Hey! 3rd orb. The fact that you make these, like, individual sort of upgrades to the character, and they make permanent changes to the character model. That's, like, such a cool... kind of needless detail, but it adds so much. I mean, it's the same thing in like some of the Resident Evil games and stuff too, like when plot events happen and your characters end up with like torn outfits and wounds and stuff. Like, hell, even fucking Dynamite Deca, Bruno Dellinger clothes fucking gradually explode throughout the game. It's so sick. Alright, I assume there would be a save thing shortly. I don't think I'm expected to go back to save, right? If anything, I guess we were probably going to teleport back to the village pretty shortly. Well, a couple of death traps to take care of first. That looks bad. Nope. Okay. Well, got some fresh air at least. Oh, dude, fucking seamless transition to CG cutscene. That is fucking sick. That is sick. And there's our save. So is that a little boat that's gonna take us back to the village? I guess we'll find out. Onigashima no Sho. Alright, so we're... Alright. Okay. Tale of Demon Island. Is that where we're going? I mean, someone's riding a yellow golden swordfish there. That's exactly what that little thing looked like. We'll find out soon enough, but we'll save first. I only played one Onimusha, and was the one that starred the woman in Western armor. Don't remember which one it was. Well, it is this one, assuming there aren't more. But yeah, so, as I said before, like, it seems from what I read about the guide that we might be kind of locked in, basically, with Kotaro as, like, our partner character for the rest of the game on this playthrough. I don't know exactly, but we'll presumably come back to the village where we can meet the other guys at least. But there's 4 characters. There's Magoichi, the gun guy with the rifles. There's Eke, the big bald guy with like the magic spells. There's Oyu, the woman with the sword and shield. And Kotaro, the ninja. I need to take a short break. I really need to go get something to drink, and I need to take care of my runny nose. You know, I should be taking a break anyway, stretch my legs and whatnot. So, I will be back in just a few minutes, so see you guys shortly. Alright. I've returned. Power Drift soundtrack is incredibly good. That is undeniable. Okay. Let's ride this swordfish to the Demon Island, I guess. Or whatever we're doing. What the heck's this? Okay, yeah, there's a round, or a yeah, circular slot with Wa engraved. Do you want to insert the orb of Wa? Sure. Dude, more cutscenes? Just gotta hold on. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I guess the first game had some cutscenes too. It had like the it's definitely that thing towards the end where the I remember people talking about there was stuff that was like edited out of the US version with this lady turning into a monster or something. It just kind of caught me off guard because it doesn't feel like this game has had like regular pre-rendered cutscenes like that. Oh, there he is. Our old friend. Yeah, no escape sequence. Or a QTE button mashing sequence or anything like that. That's cool. His hair is a bit mysterious. Ogandantes. Greatest swordsman of the Genma. We're actually fighting now, huh? Was the first one more or less RE-ish than this one? I think if I had to say which one of them was more like RE, it would have to be the first one, but kind of only by technicality, because I think mechanically, gameplay-wise, they're very similar. Pacing and like they're both of them are much more like Dino Crisis 2 than RE. But the first one is more it takes place in a much smaller space. Like it's literally inside one building, except for the parts in the beginning leading up to the building, basically. But it's all like in the castle. It even compared to RE1, it feels like a very small map. So it is like a pretty small game, no matter how you kind of look at it. But it also has, I don't know. I was gonna say that it has a little more of a horror kind of vibe to it, but I don't know if that's really true, because this game has that too, in terms of like the monsters and stuff. But I don't know. I guess the first game takes place at night, mostly, if not entirely. It has a little bit more of an oppressive atmosphere, and there's definitely by far a greater sense of isolation, because you spend a vast majority, like the only time any other characters show up that aren't Samanosuke is like in cutscenes, or you know, you turn a corner and then you bump into Kaede or that little kid that you're rescuing, or there's this one dude who's like I don't know, he's like a human who's working for the demons, or I forget exactly, but there's a few other side characters, but you only run into them very occasionally. There's like 1 or 2 sequences where you play as Kaede, and there's the occasional sequence where you play as kind of both of them, Samanosuke and Kaede, at the same time. Whereas in this game, you have the whole partner system, so you have, in this case, Kotaro's been showing up, but previously you have kind of multiple characters showing up. Maybe not simultaneously, although even that, I think, happens every now and then. But they kind of show up in different ways. But there's also this kind of hub system of sorts where in between, like the game is kind of like, it has levels. Like it's more, it's not really more linear than the first game in terms of the progression. The first game isn't like non-linear in the sense that you can go about doing things in different orders. It's no more non-linear than the first Resident Evil, and that's, well, I mean, it's more linear, I feel like, than the first Resident Evil, because the first Resident Evil, even though it's linear in the sense that you can't really do things in too different an order, you still generally have more kind of avenues of exploration open at one time, whereas the first Onimusha feels pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely built on a similar framework, but the combat is totally different. Your character's abilities are totally different. You move super quickly and swiftly. There's no resource management to speak of in terms of inventory and that kind of thing. There's no limited saves. Like, a lot of the specifics, like in some completely abstract sense, some of the controls are similar, some of the mechanics are similar. Obviously, the whole pre-rendered set camera angle stuff, the way you interact with objects, the way you talk to people, like all of that stuff, yes, it's quite similar. But it's kind of a vastly different game built from a somewhat similar tool set, you know. And I think, like, I haven't seen or played Dino Crisis 1 in a very, very long time. It's been, I guess it's been a very long time since I played Dino Crisis 2 as well, but at least I have a slightly stronger memory of that. And I guess that's similar. In my mind, that feels more like RE than this does, but that's probably not really true. I think they're kind of equal. Devil May Cry fits into that equation too, sure. Granted, I haven't really played the old ones much, but I think Devil May Cry is different in that it's obviously putting so much emphasis on the combat and very little emphasis on anything else, pretty much. This still has like the map, and you have to kind of find your way around, and there's item puzzles. There may be some of that in DMC, I don't know exactly, but the combat is a lot simpler in these games. So the balance, but I mean, you could say that they exist on a scale, probably, with RE and then Dino Crisis and then kind of Dino Crisis 2 and these games, and then gradually towards DMC. But it's definitely not the case that the first Onimusha was Samurai Resident Evil, and then this game is like Samurai Devil May Cry. This feels very much like, in some ways, like content-wise and scope-wise, a quite vast expansion on the first Onimusha. But in terms of mechanics and how the game functions, it's extremely similar. Is how I would put that, I suppose. You know what? Let's. What if we take one hit and Kotaro spawns? We might as well have him spawn first before we start healing up. I wonder if I can hit him this time. Because when last time we fought, he literally countered everything. Or not encountered, but like parried. Oh, I think I hit him once. Kind of looked like it, at least. guess I don't know if Kotaro will make it over here. I think he would have if he was going to. Let's heal up. Is there an item over? No. Oh, that's, I guess, unblockable. I can't even tell if I'm like trading hits or if he's just fully invincible. Because last time we fought him, we just had to survive until Oyu came to rescue us. The orbs are coming out. That would suggest to me that I'm hitting him. Yeah, I should use the green special thing that just puts a hitbox out there and see if orbs are coming out, but I don't know, the feedback is very kind of hard to parse. I wouldn't expect that I was supposed to defeat him now. But yeah, it's... The trigger for what made that happen is confusing, because it was definitely me getting hit. So is it like a timer? You stick around for a while, and then once you get hit, that triggers? Because I feel like, I mean, clearly I was on lower health before. He definitely would have been able to kill me. But I can't know for sure, so now I'm gonna like... I'm gonna think I wasted a bunch of healing items for nothing. It's a bit goofy, but alright. I guess Lord Nobunaga is waiting for us at Odani Castle. Stop the bleeding.
Don't worry, I'm a gruff, tough guy. I'll live through this.
Yeah, like there's a ton of really cool tricks used all over the place to make the backgrounds a little more lively and how the characters fit into them and like how they make the characters feel like they're part of the world and not just pasted on top of a picture. So that definitely looks like just video footage kind of superimposed, which, I mean, it looks great. The CG is high quality enough for the live action water sounds stupid, but like real water not looking too out of place. I think every place that has had water has been like the most impressive, cool looking rooms in the game. That's the ghost of our demon mom, I guess. Alright, she's here to say thanks for saving her son. But she's got something to ask her. Alright, there's some super secret family heirloom demon flute that she is tasking Oyu with finding so that she can hand it over to Jubei. And when Jubei receives it, he will be able to... I guess we're playing as her now? Yeah. It will give him the secrets of the Oni that he will need to stand up against the Genma swordsman. Alright, cool. We get to play as her now. So I guess this sequence was also triggered. Maybe even her showing up that way in that fight may have been triggered by the fact that we gifted her a bunch of shit, including this fancy armor. So we'll see. Maybe we have more of these sequences headed our way later on. So we're on Demon Island. I guess we don't have a map yet. Okay, this looks like a door, but I guess it's not a door. Kanai wa? Yeah. Doesn't open, there's no keyhole. I have to find another way to open this door. Okay, what even is... Oh, this looks like where we're gonna find the Earth. The final weapon for Jubei. Yeah, there's a dragon statue inside. No keyhole in this door either. Doesn't look like it was a door. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I need to find the magic flute before I can go back to... So I guess Jubei is just chilling on the beach, licking his wounds. What's up, Orizzle? I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't say... I mean, personally, that I hear people say anything negative about this series. I think this series is more like just kind of... I think people have fond memories of, especially the third one, and I guess after that, the first one. Those are the two games that... This one and the fourth one, for sure, are the ones that you kind of seem to hear the least about, in my opinion. I understand that reception of 4 was not great, apparently. And, I mean, they didn't make a 5th one. Technically, I guess there was a... there's been mobile games and maybe some PC online thing. There was Onimusha Soul, which I don't remember if it was a phone or web game, but it's like an online thing. Or was, I'm pretty sure it's not running anymore. But I mean, I think for sure, like, obviously this is not in the fully top tier of Capcom brands and game series like Mega Man or Street Fighter or Resident Evil or even DMC in terms of, like, simply on account of them not putting out new games. But they... I feel like if they... I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where they don't have the resources to put out a bunch of... Like, they can't... They can only do so much at once, and I'm sure market research tells them that this would not be the most profitable idea at this point in time. But I think all it takes is, like, someone internally championing it and then wanting to do it, to say, like, you know what? Yeah. So, you know, they put out that reissue of their first game, which could very well have at least partially been something that they wanted to put out there to get a, you know, then a feeler out for. So am I supposed to use that thing here? Looks like something would go here, or you know what the level of interest is in the brand. Onimusha Soul has a bunch of other, like, there's some Street Fighter characters in it. I don't think those particular illustrations were by Nishimura. I forget who did them, but they might have been done by different people too. And yeah, there was like some, not just Street Fighter, but there's like Darkstalkers, and I think Hinata, and isn't there someone else from Rival Schools also, I think? But it wasn't like a 3D action game. It's like more like a, I don't know, card game or something. I'm not sure. Because I think for sure, like, I mean, like RE6 sold very well, but was received poorly. The RE series, I think, was a little bit lost for a bit, you could argue. But like RE2 and RE7 were super well received and did really well. And I don't think Onimusha 4 was maybe like detested, but it seemed like a very, I don't know, the impression I get was that it was kind of a big budget game, so maybe it didn't, maybe it was a matter of, you know, diminishing returns despite larger budgets, in which case I can see them not wanting to kind of continue that trend. But I don't think it would be completely out of the question for Capcom to announce like a new Onimusha. Probably, I guess it would be some kind of a reboot or something. But it's a very malleable concept, right? Like, there's no real... this game is not really like a tightly linked direct sequel to the first one, I guess. I mean, I guess I don't pay too close attention to the plot. I mean, obviously Nobunaga features in both of them. But Nobunaga is like the main antagonist in this game. And I feel like he's the only character or like narrative thread from the first game. And he was barely in the first game. In the third one, of course, Samanosuke does return, but the fourth one, I think, also has a completely different set of characters. So you could definitely do... like, I think... Like, yeah, you know, obviously it's all, like, scuttlebutt. It's not... no hard data. But it doesn't seem as if the remaster was, like, made a huge splash, which I can see. I think it's just like, even though from the sounds of it, they put more effort into it than they would have necessarily needed. But I think still for most people, the fact that it's like, given the track record of things like Devil May Cry, where they put up multiple collections, anytime you see like a PS2, like a game of that vintage, especially from a company like Capcom, I feel like there's an expectation to not just put out a single game like that. Like Nintendo would do it that way, but you would expect a company like Capcom to put out a collection. And I think that alone probably, like if they had, I understand that it's not as simple as choosing one over the other and everything. Like obviously it would be more expensive and complicated to do multiple games. But if they had, I think obviously that would have made for a much more compelling package. As it stands, I feel like the re-release, I wonder how many new people they were able to attract with it. I feel like that's something that primarily would have appealed to existing fans. Whereas if you get like the entire series in a box, I feel like it's an easier sell to someone to say like, hey, check out this series and not just like this one game. Especially where even if the first Onimusha is like fondly remembered, it would seem to me that of people who played the older games, something that people seem to be in agreement with is, even if you like the first game, it is a kind of a small and slight game, then the sequels kind of expand on it, making the first game not obsolete, but like not the most exciting in a way. So even I feel like even fans of the series, or even particularly fans of the series maybe, might feel like, oh cool, they're doing Onimusha remasters. Let me wait for part 3, because that's the one I really want to play again. And then they don't buy the first one, and then Capcom says, oh, this isn't selling. Like, it's a kind of awkward situation. Obviously, that's all like speculation. I don't know, but I could see something like that being kind of what's going on there. But yeah, I don't think. I mean, no brand that you can actually leverage to sell something is truly ever dead. Like the thing with this series is that they, at least for the first couple of games, the celebrity like likenesses and stuff was like a big deal, which is kind of funny because that's like such, like on one hand you could say that they wouldn't need to do that, I don't think, but at the same time, like that's such a common thing now that I guess if they wanted to do a proper, like the equivalent level of large scale production for a new Onimusha, they would like almost certainly actually get, you know, whether they get Takeshi Kaneshiro again or new celebrities for new characters. I don't know. That's one of those things where I kind of wish they didn't, because I feel like those kinds of things, I mean, you can have a good actor in a game and give a good performance, and that can be cool. I don't mind that necessarily. Just that, especially with, you know, I feel like that is almost certainly something that has kept these games from getting re-released. I think, I'm sure it's not as simple as that being the sole reason, but the DMC games have gotten plenty of ports and re-releases. These games haven't, and surely the legal rights with the real people likenesses could not make that easier. Looked like something would fit in there. Alright. Ah, okay, I was gonna say, because she can't use this, but looks like now we have doors we can open. Yeah, I guess Jubei will be able to make sense of this. Alright, so now we have doorways. Morphogenic boy, greetings, greetings, happy Saturday. Looks like there's less stuff to the left, so let's check this door first, I guess. Oop. Lore. Ah, not even a cool painting. I was gonna say, it sounds like enemies in here. I can't see anything. Man, now I'm wishing I gifted better weapons to all these dudes. Wonder if we'll get a chance. Okay, dagger. Oh yeah, it's just projectile weapons. Because in the beginning, or like, I don't know, earlier on, you kind of come back to the village and you get plenty of opportunity to get stuff in the shop and gift shit.
Well done.
Not so much now. Stealthy Golem, that's a good name. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the stream. This looks like some kind of an elevator, so I guess my prediction that there would be less to explore here was incorrect. But I don't know. Oh, okay. I also can't do anything with it right now. Maybe not. Running around mashing interact. I mean, we did at least to give her a better armor. So oh, I guess you can get different boots for her too. Broadsword. Oh well. Well, let's check out the other door then. I wonder if the door in the second room also opened up. I think that was a similarly kind of locked door. Yeah, so when we were playing as Kotaro, we had like the second weapon, I guess, and then we found the third weapon, and now we were using her like default first weapon. But I think we'll be okay. I mean, we did find a weapon with Kotaro, so I guess we'll... Not unreasonable to assume we might find something for her also. pretty cool hallways. Like, this is even this, I was gonna say, this is more Resident Evil-like and more like the first game, which it kind of is, than a lot of the environments we were in previously. But it's also more... Like, a lot of the first game's locations are kind of these fairly standard-looking Japanese castle hallways. The graphics are good, and it's, like, they're not super bland and empty, necessarily. And there's some, like, weird monster basements and shit. But comparatively, I think this looks cooler than a lot of the first game. Fucking hell. Figured I'd be able to get some healing stuff back. Okay, what's this? Special move info or something? No, lore. Demon battles. Alright, alright. Okay, treasure chest. What's here? Oh, map. Nice. Onigashima first floor, I guess. Okay, yeah. Doesn't show what's on the other side of that door. Well, maybe that leads to another area on a different map. Well, I should go back because there's just the one room that doesn't lead further on. Well, it's on the other side, I guess. Like, this shit is very cool. Even compared to something like Resident Evil, like, even that, like... Oh, nice. Healing. Like, this gets a lot more fantastical, which is pretty cool. I mean, it's very cool. Oh. Never mind. Or we want to open from this side? I wanted to do the down stab, but I guess I wasn't the correct decision. I know I don't really need to fight these guys, but... Yeah, see, like, ultimately, well, I probably lost a little bit of health, but not that much. And I got a bunch of souls for it, so probably worth it. I wonder if using my... So when I press triangle, if I use my magic or whatever... You did the charging up her sword thing? It seemed like after I did that, the enemies dropped more orbs. But that could well have been just a coincidence. Well, this looks like a puzzle room. If ever I saw one. Or just that. Oh, wow, okay. items will help for us at least. Alright, they gave up. Climb down the ladder. Wait, let me take a look at the map. Okay, also that'll take us back up there. Don't know how to open that other door, but seems like it's pretty straightforward, so sure. Literal brain lords. Weird Bugs Bunny digging thing. Oh yeah, this thing. Oh, let's activate. I don't have the giant hurricane to deal with this, but throw some daggers. Oh, okay, so those are like projectiles from that. I see. Oh. Okay, so this is where we're... Once we get the other weapon with Jubei, we'll, through there. No, I'm trying to... No. That's what I was trying to do. Adaga. Okay. I was gonna say, is that a gift item? But it won't show up here if it is. Oh, it's a shield. That makes sense. Cool. I'm assuming that's better then. Well, I guess we'll use one of these. Yeah, that would have killed me probably if I hadn't, so. Ikoyo. Ugh. Let's go. Get destroyed. It definitely seems like it's getting more orbs. I have that activated. So does it, I don't know, does this regenerate and I have to, I guess I didn't like, I don't know, I just used the green magic with Jubei. That kind of was the end of that. Oh. Yeah, I didn't think there was something else going on, but I'm not too sure. What's this mysterious shining light? Looks like I can go inside the wall. Enter the gate of light? Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? Okay. This looks like, I mean, this looks pretty fucking cool, first of all. It reminds me of the end of the first game. But yeah, like, going back to those comments previously about the water and the backgrounds, like, there's so much stuff like this where there's animated elements. Like, some of it is real time, like that glow, I guess. But you have these, like, videos of the flames. And then you have this, like, layer of fog that comes on top of the player character. Like, the shadows are being cast. Like, the collision for drawing the shadows is quite detailed enough to capture the shapes of this, like, pre-rendered floor that we're running on. So the shadows blend in very nicely with the... Except stuff like this where we get, like, the double shadow. But even that was something that in some screens they kind of had a... there was like a mask, so the real-time shadow of your character did not show up on top of the pre-rendered shadows. Like I said, it's just like a ton of small and large bricks that just show this gradual kind of refinement of the technology used, like, starting from the first Resident Evil throughout all of these games. And I guess, like, RE0 was kind of the last RE game, but I don't exactly know if, I have played the very beginning of Onimusha 3. Onimusha 4 I don't think I've seen at all. So I don't know if those games kept that stuff. I guess DMC 3? Is that also like pre-rendered backgrounds? I'm not sure. But by the mid-2000s, they were definitely kind of... that entire approach was on its way out. It's kind of a shame in a way, because like they kept refining it and making technical and artistic advancements in what they could do with it. And they didn't like stop looking better. I mean, arguably the RE remake is like kind of a peak in a way. But this looks really great too. And makes me a little sad that this type of thing... Like, obviously, you could look at this and say, well, you can just do this in real time now. And I mean, sure. Alright, Gladius. That's not untrue. In many ways, I'm sure the specifics of what's being rendered here could be rendered in real time, in equivalent or better quality. But it's more like, well, but if you did it pre-rendered, like, surely you could do more in 2021 than you could in, like, 2003. And especially leveraging like combinations of real-time rendering with these pre-rendered assets. I think it's just a matter of it being perceived, rightfully or not, by both the market and developers alike as kind of an archaic approach. That you don't really... Certainly not in the AAA space, you don't see many attempts at this kind of a thing. But it definitely has its appeal in my opinion. Also, yeah, we got the sword. So if we had gifted a sword to her previously, I'm going to bet that, you know, judging from what it looked like with Kotaro, that this sword is like higher level, so to speak. Oh, that was unblockable. Not that it looked like it would be blockable, but a lot of times you can block stuff even when it looks like you couldn't. The end. Alright, okay. I was trying to, like, dodge sideways, but... Huh. Easy mode has been added. On easy mode, you can... there's auto guard when you're in stance mode. There's better healing items, I guess. But we'll continue on normal. Yeah, it's just one of those things, like after you die 5 times or whatever, you unlock easy mode. And I think that's a good idea, like, having the option up front, like that's, I think, a challenge in many games. With, like, it's not easy to communicate to a player ahead of time what, you know, even if you try to give a description, like for experienced players or whatever, like, what does that mean exactly? Oh, okay, he just hit above me. So just not even putting that kind of choice up front by just starting the game, and then if it turns out that the game is hard because you keep dying, then giving the option. Like, I think that's a fine way of doing it. Only other game I can think of that suggests easy mode when you die too much is RE2 Remake. No, I think it's pretty common. God of War does it for sure, like the original God of War. I think plenty of like DMC, like Capcom games do it. I definitely feel like I've seen it plenty of times. But I would be kind of curious to learn like what game was the first to do it that way. Like this might have been an early one. I don't know if it would be the first, but well, that's a flute collected. So I guess now we just go back. So the thing is, like, the sequence with Kotaro is probably wasn't. Oh, okay, well, literally, okay. It looked like there was something shining, another glowing gate, but no, we just go back. The section with Kotaro is probably not really... I feel like it was a little bit longer than this, but barely. But we were stuck on it for a long time because I didn't understand that the Bloody Palace thing was not optional because I was being dumb. But hey, it gave us a lot of orbs. That's fine. I keep calling them orbs, but they're souls. And there are actual orbs, so that's confusing or ambiguous. So I should try to stop doing that. But, I mean, they're orbs. Look at them. They're orbs. I thought for sure it looked like the graphics here were just being repeated, so I thought there was some kind of mysterious thing going on, but no, I guess it's just... I was like, why can't I kick? But I pressed the wrong button. That was why. But it's interesting because, again, my impression is that this entire sequence, all of the sequences where you play as other characters are essentially you gain access to them by some sort of trigger connected to the friendship system. But I'm not sure, like, how it affects the narrative. Like, maybe she just shows up with the flute later or something, and you don't get to see those little cutscenes of her being instructed by the ghost of Jubei's mother. I guess the reward for getting to play these sequences, because in a way it's like, well, there's additional challenge, and I have to potentially use up more of my healing items and stuff, so, like, do I necessarily want these sequences? I mean, they're cool and everything, but, like, you could argue that it feels like a little bit of a punishment. But I suppose the idea is you get... You know, I got the sword and shield, and she will keep these weapons, and presumably she will still be around later on in some capacity. So having received these better weapons for her, I guess is making it worth it. I mean, worth it. It's not like I mind. But it's not, like, not as simple a reward as, like, the idea of, well, you did this, so now you get this item, or whatever. But yeah, this entire friendship system in this game seems remarkably convoluted, and, seems like there's... I don't know, I'm curious if it's... I mean, like, obviously in the third game, you don't, as far as I know, at least have this kind of party of characters. You have Jean Reno. But maybe you have to make him your friend? I don't know. I don't understand what's up with these things. Anyway, I'm assuming we should just go back and go through that door and reunite with Jubei. Yeah, these guys die a lot faster now. It's counterattacks are so satisfying. Nice, almost full health. We're still locked, I'm sure. I just saw something flash towards me and I just immediately blocked, but oh, it was the souls. Okay, 9,000 souls. That means we'll at least be able to, I was gonna say we'll be able to upgrade the sword to level 3, but we're gonna get a new weapon here, and we should probably level up that weapon to level 2 immediately. Yeah, I was just standing there. How's your wounds?
I'm fine.
Mother asked me to bring you this.
My mother?
Even though she's dead, she's thinking of you.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Using this, you'll be able to defeat the Genma. No, even Nobunaga. Somehow. Is this the warp whistle? Received the Genma flute. Oh yeah, and her souls. Oh, we already do have 5. Okay. We might actually be able to upgrade both weapons then. Yeah, 14, almost 15. Yeah, that should be enough. It looks so fucking good. And they have these little, like, the way the model kind of... Actually, this looks a little less impressive than... Well, I shouldn't say less impressive, but in other sections you can kind of see the parts that are actually submerged in water being, like, tinted or darkened. Here, that doesn't seem to happen, really. But his feet kind of go through the sand. But you do have these little ripple effects on the surface around his ankles. Like, I kind of wish there was more of a... Like, the splashes when you run could be larger. But that's the thing that, like... I mean, water obviously is super duper tough to get right, but you don't really see that in any game. Like, water splashing being as... It's always a lot more conservative than it should be. Yeah, this is clearly real video footage. There's no way you would... the simulation wouldn't look this real. But it's blended in quite seamlessly with... Like, obviously, this ocean is not filmed. But there is kind of a fade, like, as the waves crash in. But overall, like, the compositing is really well done. I mean, I feel like they would have to be very careful of using real-life elements. Because some of it might stand out. But for something like water, smoke, or fire, like that, those kinds of things, they're both hard to do in CG, but also they're kind of, how do you put it? I feel like something with a rock or a building or something, it's more like concrete specific detail. These are all more, not abstract, but a type of detail that I think would be easier to make blend in without it being kind of conspicuous. That said, I mean, I'm sure they would use a lot of photo sources for like textures and stuff on the CG cliffs or whatever else, but yeah, it's really, really cool. I mean, we talked about this before too, like this is not going for, or at least even actually not even taking too much into consideration what the intent would have been, but looking at it, this doesn't look realistic in the sense that you would be fooled into thinking this is a photograph. Like, clearly this is CG, but it has a style to it that I happen to find quite appealing. It is, the fidelity and level of realism is high enough that something like this real video footage of water can be blended in without it being conspicuous or looking strange. But there is kind of a flavor to it, and I think having that flavor to it also helps bridge the gap between the characters. Like, you know, you have all kinds of things, like the level of fidelity, how the lighting looks, the video resolution, like all these things that are, you know, if you play this on emulator in 4K resolution, I'm sure the characters blend in much worse. Oh shit, it's a big hammer? Sick. Just because the characters are suddenly going to be way sharper. I think the interlaced video signal also helps, probably, you know. Archers. But the specific, like, artistic style of the rendering, you know, if you were to hypothetically replace all these backgrounds with photographs, even with this, like, PS2 rendering fidelity of the models and everything, the characters would suddenly stand out as, like, distinctly less realistic, I think. It's a very, very fine balancing act to make it all fit together, I think. Well, that took more than I thought. We're not going to have enough to level up sword to level 3. Well, let's... Okay, let's do it anyway. Oh, we're actually closer than I thought. Okay. In fact, that would be less than a full meter. Maybe just, like, killing a couple of guys might take it pretty closely. Maybe I should actually I don't think I've used this like entire game. Well, we only have 10 arrows, but... Or these guys? I don't know. The hammer pretty fucking satisfying. Like gigantic screen shake. I kind of want to be careful not to go too far. I kind of want to farm a little bit. Okay, so that door's probably not going to be open, but in the hallway, in the corner, there was a door locked behind the yellow demon gate, which we can open with the hammer. But before we go questing away to see what's next, I want to see if I can just get the meter I need for the... I don't think we have enough, but let's see. No, but we're not far off. Enemies do keep spawning. Oh, there's probably archers up. No. Oh, nice. That's gonna be enough. Are we certain? Mr. Incognito, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay, have a charge, yeah. Down, no, no. Wanted to do the down attack, I guess I wasn't quite far, close enough, rather. I actually might be cutting it very close. Let's see if it's enough. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, that was very close. Nice, okay. Sword is getting buffer and buffer. Level max. Sick. これ以上強化する必要はありません. There's no need to strengthen this weapon any further. I mean, I'll be the judge of that. But if the game won't let me, then I guess that's that. Okay, let's save. And we should be going this way, I believe. I haven't tried the demon power for this weapon. Very simple combo, but satisfying. I wonder if this is like unblockable or something. That'd be pretty sick. Okay, we got a rare mushroom. Oh, this was locked or something, right? Yeah. Okay, something's going on. I'm getting like very strong Cobra vibes from this big golden statue. This whole place, like, it's got definitely a little bit of a Terusawa feel to it, in its like otherworldliness. But also this like the CG rendering, I feel like kind of adds to that quality too. Alright, leave this to me. Go ahead, Jubei. Not sure what we're leaving to him, but Totoro eager to help out, because we're good friends now. So I guess basically some of these scenes might play out differently if we had different friendship values for these characters. Like, he's kind of locked in as our main partner, I guess. Also, he doesn't trust her at all, by the way. I know what you're all about. You're a double agent for Nobunaga. Hey, what's up, Lamisar? I'm not sure exactly why he doesn't trust her. Please believe me. Well, like, even stuff like this, from my understanding, from the tiny bit of research that I did, I think this is like a fully, like, an optional scene. Like, that scene might not play out. Like, because I think I saw that the cutscene where you first see Kotaro, like, you find him in some corner in the village, and he's like, "Ooh, I'd be careful about that girl if I was you." He's like being all coy and mysterious. And that's like a thing you can miss. So I guess if you don't trigger some of those optional cutscenes, I guess this little story thread probably doesn't even play out, or at least you don't see it. I would love to learn more in depth and like see, I don't know, I feel like that would be a good like YouTube video or something, just kind of explaining and showing. I mean, watching all the videos of all the playthroughs with all the different variations, like, yeah, that would be a couple of weeks worth of video, but getting kind of a main gist of how it works and seeing examples of how things might play out differently, it would be interesting. But yeah, the system seems very both convoluted, but also like permeating like everything in the game, for good or bad. It's a very ambitious idea, it would seem. Like, whether it's justified or a good idea, maybe up for debate. Like, I don't think it takes away from the game exactly, but you can feel in the beginning, I think. Oh, cool. Oh, she's helping out. Alright. That's a triangle move. Big old frame drop earthquake. Alright, pretty good. Oh, hell yeah, let's Onimusha mode. Do it. I guess we're pretty strong. Oh, there's an enemy left. Oh, dude, these frame drops are pretty sick. Look at all this ultimate demon power. The PS2 can't handle this. Tentacles still. Oh, there's like different. Oh, well, fuck it. Let's. And the hammer gate. I'm air for game FAQs. Well, what I was looking at was a specific guide for the scenario system. Or a round iron key. And so like the way it works, I guess, is there's like 100 scenarios in the game, and the scenario basically means a cutscene. And every scenario has like a number of different triggers or like conditions that have to be met for the scenario to play out. And some, I guess, are mutually exclusive. Most are not. But some of them are based on the like friendship values for the different characters. Others are based on whether you have gifted specific items. Some are like based on whether you have seen a particular cutscene or done something else previously, I guess. Like it's... I got the impression, I didn't want to like read too closely, of course, we're still playing the game, but I got the impression that I guess there's after you beat the game, I guess you can kind of keep track of, like, you can see what you've unlocked and not, like which scenes you have seen, and then you're kind of meant to do multiple playthroughs to kind of check off more on the list to have triggered all the scenes. And that's where I think it gets a little nightmarish, because if you're looking to complete that, and especially if it's something the game is kind of encouraging or asking you to do, then you have these like invisible triggers for literally 100 different cutscenes with there's no indication of what will trigger a scene before it happens in the game, right? In fact, it wasn't until reading it that I understood, like, I had no idea that that was even a thing in the game. You know, I'm sure it's presented in the manual to some degree, but the fact that, like, a lot of it is governed by these completely invisible factors means that it's going to be, without a guide, essentially impossible, right? To imagine just, like, playing the game through, like, 30 times, arbitrarily trying to gift different items in different combinations of things in different orders, and not even knowing what, if anything, is having an effect on what other scenes are happening. Like, yeah. If that's not a thing, though, if the game doesn't even bring attention to it, that's in a way a lot less egregious. But at the same time, like, it's a lot of effort put into a system that it's like not just, you know, I don't have an issue with a game having like optional stuff that you risk missing. It's not a matter of the game needs to serve every player every tiny speck of content through a single playthrough. But being able to miss a lot of stuff and not knowing or understanding how or why you missed it, or even what you missed, I don't know. I guess that's the thing. Like, if you have things that can go in different ways, and it's you have some sense of understanding and knowledge of how you're affecting what's happening. I'm like super torn, frankly, because at the same time, like the fact that it is cryptic makes it intriguing in a different way. All right, so we have a key. I'm not sure where there was. Look at the map. I need to think, like, maybe the door on the other end of that top room I can use the, like, I'm not even sure, like, what, I feel like we only saw doors where they specifically commented on the fact that there were not, there were no keyholes. I mean, just to be safe, I guess, as we're passing the door, we might as well. Yeah. But we haven't gone back there in a long time, so we might as well take a look. You can also see if our newly max-powered sword, how that feels. Outrun these guys. But yeah, this game also, in addition, by the way, has like a billion other FAQs for different stuff. But again, I didn't want to look too closely. I just wanted, the reason I went there to begin with was just because we were stuck last time. And when a video walkthrough or like a playthrough of the game didn't show the scene we were stuck on, that had me a little intrigued. So I figured, like, all right, there's clearly some optional scene branching path type thing going on. So I looked specifically at the guide that would explain that system, and just skimming that to try to find the necessary information to get past where I was stuck. Kind of informed me that things were even a little crazier than I thought. Doesn't seem like... Oh, okay. Maybe we're supposed to use that in that we passed by some kind of machine or something downstairs? Because I mashed circle to interact with it, and any item where you can, like, whether it's a door or a chest or something where you're supposed to use a key, I feel like if you just press the interact button, generally, stop to think for a second too long. Maybe there was something in here I don't remember. Is this weird elevator thing? Like, I wouldn't expect to be asked to use the key someplace where there isn't like a prompt for inspecting something to let you know that, oh hey, maybe you want to use the key here. But I'm not positive. Even trying it feels really wrong, so I mean that thing in the ceiling is clearly rendered in real time. That's gonna be a thing, but I guess not. Just not yet. Oh, rats. Nice touch. Let's get cooler pants. I mean, those are the creeps, but Oh wow, okay. I guess we only needed 6 bars to level this up, because now we're almost... Like when we got the wrist armor upgrade, we basically got cool sleeves. So surely the leg armor will give us cooler pants. This is bad. This is not a good farming spot. Okay, let's run through this again and pay some actual attention to where we might be able to use a key. Yeah, not this door. Oh, that didn't knock down. Well, I guess the hammer even didn't necessarily knock this guy down, so that makes sense. No health. I feel like I can... I'm very close to getting that armor upgrade. Dude! Get fucking stun locked here. Should have saved. I didn't mean to save, but... Okay. I can't save. What if they... No, I'm mashing too hard. What if you load the save game and there's like an arrow mid-air? I don't think it works that way, but you never know. Ah, it's not enough. Okay. We're dead. Oh, I didn't save. That's fine. I was very greedy there. I just didn't want to use healing items. That's fine. It can't be too much for having to redo here. Normal mode. Yeah, that's fine. I don't even know what tangibly... Bet we don't... Well, actually, do we have the key? No. Okay, so we have to go... Well, that's fine, because... we're supposed to use the key someplace over here anyway. So technically we're missing out on... some XP. Yeah, all the... like, our XP is at 0. Yeah, even this hammer doesn't knock this back. By the time we finish up here, we'll get the necessary meter to level up whatever we want to level up anyway. Oh, it's Kotaro telling us to go ahead. That's fine. Okay, skip that. Skippable cutscenes. It's nice. Yeah, like... maybe this... I don't know. I guess this is not interactable either. That wasn't the thing I was thinking of, though, because it's the other room further up. What the... okay. Well, still worked, I guess. It's like, where's he even aiming? Kind of omnidirectional. Sounds like someone spawned, yeah. After we got through the yellow door, there was that big old thing. Which I assume is where... I don't know, like I said, I tried to interact with it, and when I couldn't interact with it, I assumed that, oh, I guess that isn't where I'm supposed to use things after all. Oh, I was just about to say, wait, isn't she supposed to spawn? Ah! Onimusha mode, please. Purple orb, I need you. want to try to fight this other guy before we run out of juice. Oh boy. Yeah, this thing's like sitting on. Yeah, because the key is right here. Yeah, I can't seem to interact with this thing. And yeah, I guess that's the thing too. I just picked the key up here. Doesn't seem to be... Yeah, okay, so it's... Surely... So going back around to climb up this other ladder, that takes us back to the room with the golden statue, right? That when we saw the cutscene? Oh wait, can I just give her stuff now too? Interesting. Do I have stuff that I want to give her? English tea set? Sure. She's into Western armor and shit. Smells nice. Oh, I like red tea. Alright, cool. She seems to be into that. What do we get? Medium health, okay. That's not a bad trade. I wasn't going to use anything, you know, use that tea for anything anyway. Yeah, so this brings us back. There's like a trap door. Yeah, because we couldn't go down this way. There was just like... Yeah, the ladder like wasn't there. Now we're back in this room. I mean, we do have those weird things. Yeah, you don't like lock onto. Wait, do I not charge? There we go. Can't interact with this thing. I don't know what's going on with those. Can't interact with this. Yeah, it's just like... Oh yeah, I can actually kind of see the doors being open there. That's kind of neat. I feel like I've probably... as usual, I probably missed something fairly obvious, but... let's just keep running around and mashing circle. I mean, at the very least, I can go back and save. So I don't have to do this a third time if I die. I feel like I didn't go to, like, every room. Yeah, it's like, doesn't seem like I can open it from here. So I thought when we go through the, I mean, I can go into the light tunnel, into the weird bone staircase down to where we collected the flute. Surely there's nothing down there. Maybe you can use the key in the statue. I'm just thinking of like, what objects we've even been in contact with where there's any kind of interaction prompt whatsoever. And there's like not many of them. Well, that statue would be one of them. Like, I would imagine that it's any place where you're supposed to use a key, it's not going to be some weird hidden thing in a background you can't even properly see, right? So, like... we'll save. Even if that arrow hits us, at least it won't kill us. Our 38th save. Nothing. I'm trying to. There we go. Oh, okay. I guess I can fight these guys here and get some souls at least. Knock back though. These guys have a lot of. Well, I was gonna say these guys have a lot of health, but I guess this weapon isn't fully leveled up either. Well, it should be the most powerful anyway. So there's like clearly something going on here. So I guess it's. Alright, so I guess it's just something. Okay. Nope. Looked like he said like something was. Something is open. Yeah, okay. I guess we're supposed to. Well, actually. Wait, I guess we fucking have them right here. I was like, you're supposed to insert an orb. They are here, and we don't think we used this. No, we used this in the fish boat thing. Right, okay, okay. So, I mean, clearly on the map, you can see that this room is going to kind of open up. Maybe we just go back outside. I guess that kind of would make sense. Maybe we just go to the beach and we play the flute. And we fight the guy to get the next orb. And we use that orb here to advance. And the key is just kind of a... Not a red herring per se, but... that we're not able to use it until we've done that anyway. It's my best guess currently. I guess we can, at the very least, we can see if, or maybe we need the key. Oh, that doesn't make sense. I was going to say maybe we need the key to get out the front door, but you were able to go out just fine previously. But again, I don't have a better guess, so. If that doesn't work, I guess we'll have to consult the walkthrough again, which is like not something I would have expected to be a thing. I just figured the flute would maybe not so instantly come into play, if that is indeed what's going on here. I mean, I don't know. I guess I was just kind of this kind of single track thought process of, well, we received this key, so we should use it. And I was kind of not thinking about much else. Let me take care of these guys first. Take health at least. Something I can interact with? No, it doesn't look good. Okay, let's see if I can use it. Nope. Man, I'm so confused. Well, I guess we can go into the light tunnel. That's the other area we haven't gone to. Fucking parry? Archers are the fucking worst. I think 6 is what we needed for this. Yeah. Get full pant legs on our armor. Nope, not quite. let's save. Actually, I think... I think I need to eat something. As I mentioned before, I didn't really have time to eat properly. I just had a very light snack, and I feel like I need to eat something. So I'll just take a short break and get some kind of quick snack, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and maybe I'll look at a guide. Oh, wait, I know I wanna check out the last room before we do that, in case that's where we need to go. But anyway, I need to take a quick break first. I'll be back shortly. Alright. Alright, let's see if I can if I can talk without losing my voice. That would be nice. So during the break I had a small epiphany here. I don't know if I have any reason to believe it's gonna make any changes here, or differences rather. But let's try to use the flute on stuff. So like, oh yeah, maybe I'm supposed to use the orb. But maybe I'm supposed to use the flute. I guess not. Maybe I tried that before, I don't know. But I don't know. Is there something in... Like, I don't know. I just want to find any kind of interaction of anything here. Wait. Wasn't this door open? No, maybe not. Fuck it, I'll try using the key and the flute on anything. Any interactable item. Just in case. Nope. I just really wanted to health drop, but the save was just there, so we'll save us the trouble of running into that room and not achieving anything. I guess we'll go to the bone staircase. And see if something has popped up there. I don't know for a fact that we can even go through that tunnel as Jubei, but I have no reason to assume that we definitely cannot, so we should try it. In case these guys drop health. Oh, it's not. Use a small heal just so we don't die by taking a stray hit. I was trying to hit the archer, but I keep locking onto the big dude. Maybe like play the flute for these things, or by the pool here. Why do I... There we go. I don't know why that thing just like won't charge properly sometimes. These are so weird to me. Can't interact with them in any way. I guess the ladder is actually a quicker way where I want to go, because the doorway just takes me to the fish room. This will put me right next to the flowy doorway. Yeah. Like, this looks like, you know, some kind of machinery where you would insert a key somewhere to do something. There's no... I mean, I tried it, right? Yeah. Mashing circle here in case there's some final thing that I'm not seeing. Well, let's... Who knows? Like when we... Actually, I'm in mind. I was thinking of something that I realized was not... My recollection was not accurate. Well, I was literally just about to say, we don't need to stop and fight. And then I pressed the attack button anyway and got hit. So, Don't... No. Never mind, I guess. Oh, I just wanted to... Fuck it. Block. I'll get a little bit of health. Something gonna be here now? Another boss fight? Dudes are here. Oh, I just want the orb. Fucking don't kill me. Isn't there a purple orb there somewhere? Yep. The purple orbs are absorbed so slowly. Ah, we're dead. Oh, fuck's sake. And I didn't save them. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna look at a guide because I'm completely puzzled as to what we're missing here. Oh my god, okay. Okay. I'm glad I looked it up, because holy shit would this have taken forever for me to think of. Wow. What's up, Rempool? Yeah, so okay, check this shit out. Oh, soon enough. Come on, please get that. There we go. Well, the thing is, there's a thing that I didn't realize was a puzzle. It's so, I feel like, far out from how anything has worked in this game. We're supposed to use this to make this spin. And now we can ride the elevator, I think. Like, I don't know. I don't think I ever would have thought of that. Like, obviously, the... I commented on the fact that the ceiling fan thing... I didn't read the elevator manual. That's possible. I mean, I've been kind of skipping the lore, so... Would it have said... Well, I mean, I guess it could have clearly have given a hint that you need to, like, oh, it needs a big gust of wind or something. I don't know. But, I don't know. I feel like... having to use an ability that, like, costs meter, like, even when I have those little squishy, weird things, I was like, well, do I try to use a special, like, triangle attack on these things? Like, is that a thing you'd ever need to do? Because it costs meter. I mean, obviously, enemies respawn. You can always find a farm meter, but... I don't know. That was cool, I guess, but I'm just like... I don't feel bad about looking it up, because I don't know how long... I feel like I would have been stuck until I end the stream this, like, today as well. It's very strange, because it's like... I'm getting stuck on things, but not like... I'm not getting stuck because there's a puzzle I can't figure out. I'm getting stuck because I can't figure out what, like... I'm being asked to do, kind of. I don't know. But I'm actually curious, now that you mention it, Jinkin, I'm not sure if that was completely a comment made in jest, but I have not been... let's see, I think... I guess it would be... yeah, I think... Yeah. I think this is the... Yeah, because I wasn't... Yeah, Karaku... Yeah. Yeah, but that's the thing too, I guess. Like, it didn't really occur to me that you would, like... And that's not the game's fault. It's just I'm conditioning myself to kind of brute force stuff and not paying attention because it takes a lot of effort to try and read this. But yeah, I mean, it does literally say that if you spin the fan in the ceiling, something about using wind, like, again, I don't, even if I made an attempt to read this, I don't think, without you helping me put 2 and 2 together, Jinkinator, I don't think I would have recognized the kanji, or I don't think I would have parsed this to be anything about elevators. It does say, but my Japanese isn't great, and obviously it doesn't use the common modern day term for elevator. So yeah, it's not that the game doesn't give any hint, but like, like, nothing in the game so far has put me in the state of mind to kind of look for those kinds of solutions. In fact, I wasn't looking for a solution because I didn't realize that there was a problem to solve in the first place. But yeah, Rempel, like, generally I don't, I like to, you know, I want to have a chance at figuring stuff out, but if I don't mind, like, a little bit of backseating, or like, if I'm clearly missing how something works, I don't mind having systems and stuff explained. I appreciate, like, you making sure not to spoil things, though. Like, I'd either, like, if people happen to know the solutions to stuff, I guess I'll ask. Otherwise, I don't mind just looking it up. But we've been, like, I got stuck at one point earlier, which was completely stupid that I got stuck. At the same time, I got stuck because I had made an assumption about something being optional that wasn't optional, and I still think the game... it felt weird the way it was... I don't think I was unreasonable in my initial assumption that it was optional. It's just that the part that was stupid on my side was not assuming that thing was optional. It was not re-evaluating that idea when I was clearly stuck. Because I'd already filed that away. It's like, well, that's optional. I don't need to bother with that. Oh, whatever. We weren't stuck for that long here. It's not a big deal. Oh, more of these fucking Daleks. Last time I met these guys, they had a shit ton of health. Well, I guess I have better weapons now, at least. I don't know if we need to fight them, though, but... At this point, I'm, like, not even sure what I'm... Oh, that's a door. Okay. For what we're doing here. That's fine. That's even where we came from. Okay, that's a ladder. I didn't mean to go back, but since I did, I might as well take a look. So yeah, it's just like you could do things in... Like, I could have opened this up as soon as I got here. Which means that certainly there's going to be someplace here where we're going to need that key. Oh, is this a... No, okay. I think... Oh, okay. Yeah, I got confused because the cutscene. I thought the... I got confused about which direction we came from. That's the greatest camera angle here. No, I'm trying to fucking go this way. Hello. Oh, okay. A little unusual. Okay, yeah, they'll wrap around, I see. Oh, there's a gun. I think. Or no, is this... Yeah. I'll begrudgingly use... Actually, if we do kill one of these, we might get a lot back. Well, okay. This is a gamble because... So that guy got hit by this friend and that like activated him. I'm trying to run around him so I can... Like, let me... My max level sword here. Oh shit, okay. I thought I got destroyed by that explosion because I saw something like flying, but I guess that was like a piece of wood. I thought it was Jubei like flying, like holy shit. I'm like, oh, yeah, anyway. Oh, I didn't. Okay, ultimately probably worth it. I mean, I ended up with a health surplus. What are you even looking at here? Let's see. So is this opening up the other... is one of these other doors from behind, or... I'm... Also, alright, okay, one of these things. That's nice. I find a lot of these rooms are just kind of usually difficult to parse. Okay. Oh, that's a thing. What about this? 34. Oh, okay, so another one of these. Okay, 34. So 3, 2. Those are gonna need 13 and 16. So 12, 8. Okay, so assuming we're putting... Okay, well, I'm just gonna assume here. 16. Is 21, 34. Okay. Hmm. 25, 8, 37. No, okay. That means we're doing this wrong, probably. Right. So what if I do 13 goes here? That would mean 14, 7, 9. Well, that doesn't work. I'm like impatient. Instead of solving all of it, I want to like just math it out. All right, so it's 3, 2, yeah, 13 and 16 need to go on the bottom row, but 13 here, I can't get this. So this is 29, right? Which means we're missing. Yeah, 1 and 4 need to go here. So if 21, 30, 34. That would mean 13, 30. Wait, 21. I can't. I'm like realizing trying to do maths and like narrating in English is making this like 5 times harder. I need to think in Swedish, I think. Anton 34, yeah. On 4, 10, yeah. Okay, there we go. See, I need to use the power of Swedish for 2 seconds. Gold key, yeah. So the other thing that I went back on top of the ladder in that first room down here, it said it had a gold, some kind of gold insignia. So I kind of knew that my steel key wouldn't work there, but I figured I should try it. But now we have a gold key, so we'll go back and use that. Definitely like committing Sudoku. That's exactly what that was. At least we got half of it for free, more than half. Just had to fill in the blanks. All right, let's not provoke the robots this time. Just run through here. Whoa, boy. Giant skull doors. It's a bit unfortunate. This entire area has been really cool. Like, it's got this, like, industrial, bizarre... like I said, like, pretty strong, like, Buichi Terasawa vibes from all this, like, weird machinery with, like, living... like, bioorganic stuff with this, like, CG. I don't know, I'm pretty damn into it. But I feel like this entire section has been kind of marred by my... confusion and frustration with being stuck because I'm being a big dummy. Alright, so steel thing, yeah. Use your steel key, yes. I don't even have to go into the inventory, I'll just use the correct item. But it's a very cool location, like there's nothing like this in the first game. Didn't I tell you not to show your face again? She doesn't have the shield. I won't let me be fooled by something like that. Alright, okay. Got 3 daughters, apparently. To come back for them all. And he's like, you want me to believe that? Mother abandoned him. That's why he doesn't trust women. That's what she's heard. Is that true? It's like I couldn't possibly imagine what would compel anyone to abandon their child. Alright, we're getting optional deep lore. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, okay. This. Do we pay attention to this for once? We'll come back to it if we need to. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't understand. I thought I was supposed to like fit something in that top slot, but no, we're supposed to recreate this pattern. What? Am I making them... I'm like trying to parse what's even happening here. Okay, I'm switching. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm picking... I was like switching places with them. I really don't understand. Like I pick one of them, and then it makes that slot empty, but then... Okay, well, I reset it. I don't understand the mechanics of this at all. Now that won't put a circle. I'm not... If I pick this... I won't put that down. Goes to the empty space. There we go, okay. Enter the path of light, sure. Yeah, I don't know. I think my brain is just not functioning properly. Alright, we're back in Onimusha 1. It's kind of cool, because, like, this stuff still looks good, but you can kind of tell also that, like, a lot of this... There's a little bit less of some of those fancier things going on. Like, you have a little bit of animation with the water and everything, but I feel like if this scene was built in 2, it would have been... They would have added more elements to the scene to make it more alive. Go down the ladder. I don't remember who we fought here, but I remember this is where we rescued that kid, if I recall. 6 turns, okay, okay. Well, that's gonna be complicated. Okay, so that needs to go in the bottom right anyway, so... Oh, fuck, I can't... Oh, shit. That's not gonna help. Someone's fucking shooting arrows at me. Yeah, the puzzle boxes in the first game I remember being kind of tedious. Most of them are a little snappier and quicker here, but you're right, there's like a bunch of different kinds of them too. There's like that really annoying one where you have the timed sliding puzzle, which I think I did first try, but I did not enjoy it. Need to think a little bit. So I would need to... What if I... At some point after pushing this to the right, it needs to be able to be pushed down. So I guess if I do this, I can push it down. But I probably don't want that to go onto the right. I don't know if this is correct, but... Most likely not, but... So once I push that down, I need to be able to push it to the right, which I won't be able to do now. And I don't want that to... Oh, there, okay. Fucking arrow. I forgot about the arrow. Yeah, this is the first one for sure that needs more... Oh, fuck that up immediately. Hey, I blocked it. I think you can probably kind of... Okay, I did something different there already, apparently. No, that's not what I meant to do. Felt like I kind of had it for a bit there. That's not it. Trying to remember the order that I pushed them, not so much what's happening in the puzzle. That's probably what I did. Okay. Almost. I mean, I don't know if there is such a thing as an almost, but I bet it's going to be something that doesn't seem quite intuitive. Like that. What the heck is this? Mysterious something going on here. Oh, okay, so this is okay, cool. If I die, I will not die, I guess, if I have this. Like, just once, when you're on the brink of death, it will save your life. Guess I'll kind of waste that, probably, but... we received not only that item, but also the satisfaction of having completed a puzzle box. An archer's man. Whoa. Alright, what's in this one then? Green. Needle wedge thing. Alright, some stock sound pots. Let me just take a look. Okay, yeah, we've just finished. I feel like I should probably... I think the spear has the least useful special ability. And assuming the power... I don't know, I feel like this is the weapon I'm least interested in leveling up. The sword is like the one I'd like to use because it's fast, but I could have probably made this one kind of my main go-to weapon. But just thinking of like, there might be sort of a limited amount of points left to gain and like what to focus on. I do kind of want to level up my armor because I'm curious what it's going to look like. But I think I'm probably not going to put any more points in this unless I max everything else out. But I feel like the green and yellow, like the hammer and dual blade thing, like those have the most useful and powerful special moves. Oh yeah, save. Yeah, the hammer's cool for sure. I don't think it was necessarily because of the hammer, but it happened to, like, when I first started using it, it was also in a room with enemies that there was a lot of effects and stuff, so there was, like, massive slowdown, which is kind of cool when that happens. Environment. Let's take a look over here. I'm gonna guess I'm not going here. Oh, okay. Didn't look like a doorway on the map, but... Huh, speaking of map. Guess that's why. Wow, okay. Well, I guess we should probably definitely go the other way then. To just that one tiny room. Or we continue this way. But yeah, I think one of the things I like the most about this game in relation to the first one is how there's so many more locations and such more variety in environments and atmosphere. The first game is cool, undoubtedly, and it's got a great atmosphere. But the fact that we're traveling to different locations with different lighting and mood and everything, like that's something I think is really cool. We haven't really looked at this for a while. Got a couple of new ones. Oh yeah, right, that's the 4 Guardian shards, whatever. So I guess... So now we got another... This is gonna end, like... Okay, so far in the game, there have been 2 of these Bloody Palace things. Both of them when we were playing as Kotaro. In both instances, in spite of my assumptions, we actually had to go through them to get something. So it's only reasonable for me to assume at this point that you cannot skip these. In which case, let's get this out of the way. I guess the reason why I like the hammer and whatever you would call it, dual blade special moves, is that they're very effective against multiple opponents. Like if they walk into you when you're doing this one, yeah, you'll hit them. It actually works reasonably well. But if you're like on bosses and you're surrounded by enemies and stuff, it's nice to be able to throw out stuff like that and just have it kind of affect a larger area or multiple enemies without having to like aim it or be too careful about it. The blue spear, the ice wave thing, just seems weirdly kind of limp. I don't really understand why. Maybe that's it. I just remember, I was gonna say, I don't really understand why sometimes when you do when you lock on, the charge attack doesn't charge, but I just remembered that it did in fact say that you're supposed to hold it firmly. Yeah, it's an analog thing. Like if I'm holding stance, nothing happens. But if I press down the analog button harder, then I charge it up. So there we go, it's not as mysterious. I thought it's actually remembered the instruction. Turns out instructions are good. See if this actually does help you get more health. I was kind of thinking I would switch weapons soon anyway, but usually... There we go. Didn't work much. I feel like I should have saved that. Well, okay, that went pretty well. I was hoping I would be able to heal up there, but... Oh well. Let's use this. Oh, that's pretty cool. They get like vacuumed into it. I didn't realize. Oh shit. Oh, I missed the other purple one. Oh well. Couple more. Oh, there's an archer there. Gotta take care of him first. Kind of annoying when you're standing in front of a... Oh shit, he hit his buddy. You're standing in front of a downed opponent to down stab him, and you automatically target some other enemy instead. Man, I want some yellow orbs. Oh, we're not gonna get fucking any orbs as long as those guys aren't around. Okay, well. Yep, I kind of... Oh, okay. I was like, I saw a shadow, but I guess it's flying up there. Can you pick what you lock onto? Well, it's mostly kind of automatic. I mean, there is a stance button which makes you lock on, but sometimes it seems like you do that even when you don't press that button. Because you have that analog, left analog is only used for aiming when you're using a ranged weapon. You can't like turn, because when you're in stance mode, you like sidestep like this. But I've had many instances it feels like when I'm standing, I'm walking up to a downed enemy, specifically not holding the stance button to make sure that I'm not going to get auto turned around, and then I get auto turned around as soon as I hit square. So I'm a little puzzled as to how it is supposed to function exactly. That's pretty satisfying. Not giving me a lot of warps though. But maybe it only happens like when, because you'll lock onto someone regardless of range if you're holding R1. But maybe if someone is very close to you, you'll lock on, like you'll face them even if you don't press R1. But it seems to happen more when someone is like right. I guess you will auto turn to someone when you press square if you're in range for that attack to connect. Maybe that's like kind of how it works. dropping rare mushrooms. And like, fucking none of them are giving me any yellow orbs. Oh shit. I don't exactly understand how to, because in the first game I feel like if I press like up and attack, which is normally like a lunge stab type thing, he would like do some kind of uppercut with like vertical attack to hit the floating dudes. Doesn't seem to be a thing here. So for all I know, this could also be completely optional. I feel like we've definitely gone down more floors than we did in the previous ones. Oh, there's a chest there. Should make sure to try and trade some items if/when we... Oh, I got one of these, so I guess I can't feel too bad about using that. Yeah, I think that like I feel like the soul drops also kind of generally are less generous in here than in the regular game. Like it feels definitely like by and large like when you need that it's like kind of dynamic, so you get more stuff when you need it. I don't know if that's factually true, but it definitely feels that way. See, the worst thing about this is, like, the further I go, the more I would be sacrificing if I turn back, and it turns out that we actually have to do this. Oh, well. Oh, right, I have this thing. I forgot. Fucking hell. I guess the thing about this weapon, too, is that it's like a stabby weapon, so it doesn't have any, like, horizontal range for the most part. Not like never, but just generally. Whereas the green weapon is much more swipey like that. So yeah, it's kind of as... Well, I was going to say, as I kind of predicted that the resurrection item would be a little bit kind of wasted. It's not necessarily accurate, but... I'd be using it up quickly and without kind of thinking. But I guess this is not, you know, if I would have to redo this, I would feel upset about having to redo it, so... Yeah, we don't even know how many floors. But yeah, compared to the ones we had to do as Kotaro, we've easily gone through more floors, but... Let's, yeah, I think... At this point, if we If it turns out this is something we have to do, then like, oh well, I guess. Oh, cool. This is full health and full demon juice refill. That'll be worth something. So let's see what's in the other chest, I guess, at least. And we're getting kind of unusual items here. Should be 20 floors. I wonder where we're at. Like, if someone knows specifically if this is something we need to do, like, please let me know before I leave. So is that a trading item? No. Oh, okay, whoa. Purple necklace. Huh, okay, so this makes my... I don't have to do it, but I should. Okay. Yeah, it feels like I've gone through quite a few floors, so if it's not that much further, then I guess we'll push on. Yeah, I guess this makes... it reduces the amount of demon gauge used by a third. That's a pretty good thing to have. Yeah, it makes perfect sense that whatever's at the end of this would be an important, like, valuable item. My concern is more about how much further that might be. Yeah, fuck it. Oh, holy shit. I'm being ultra destroyed here. And I can't see what I'm doing either. I have no choice. Fuck this. Actually, that would not have been the worst spot to actually use to, like, the full refill. It's one of those things that I want to never use, but... Well, like, time to use it again. I don't have... Shit, I forgot I had this weapon. Rare mushroom. At the rate I'm going through items, I feel like a mere max life increase. Well, okay, that was the final floor. Okay, well, we got a good item of it. We did this, so I guess I was thinking there was something even better. I think the reduced demon meter usage is super valuable, so I don't regret doing it per se, but the thing is, like, if there had been more enough, I had gotten further, I would likely have gotten killed. Smashing there, hoping not to get hit. I think... Oh, fuck, I thought there was a save thing. Oh, no, the save was... Fuck, it's in that building we just ran past. Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, okay, I can run past. I want to save without using any more items. So I assume if I strengthen my armor, it'll give me more damage resistance or health or something. Because, like, survivability feels like kind of more important than damage, but if you deal damage, obviously you will kill things before they kill you, so... Okay, yeah, it looks like we need 14,000 to level up this. I mean, I guess... If we... The thing is, like, I'll save it a new slot, but... If I feel, like, super boned... I won't really notice that until later, I feel like. Door, please! No, don't worry about it, like... You answered the important question. My decision to go forward or return was not based specifically on the exact details you gave me, so that's no big deal.
Yeah.
Oh, they're fucking dying, so he shows up. Well, thank you, I'm fine. And so now they're back to like normal area. Fucking archer that's somewhere. I was trying to say is maybe we could actually get some health drops sometime. Yes. The game doesn't fucking believe in health drops at this point. Oh, there we go. Please. Ooh, more health. Berry Blossom Key. Okay. They're weak to the hammer. Ninjas are weak to the wind weapon. That's interesting. I don't think I would be... bothered to change weapons continuously like that, but that's good to know. Wait, what? Oh, I used a key, I guess. Oh, we're back here. We have, like, entrance. I mean, I guess that makes sense that it all fits together in the original game, too. What was it that... Something was locked there. Was that a green door or something, maybe? On that thing on the right. Well, clearly I didn't explore everything I could in the area we were, so I feel like I want to do that first. At least look at the map. We could very well be like, just like locked in, but... door there. Alright, there's a moon. Key. Hold something or other. At least we have a super meter in case we need health like that. Oh, I'm trying to leave. I was trying to turn towards the door, and he kept. I should have just quick turn, but. So where does this lead? Was this open before? I mean, there's that unexplored area inside the castle.
Well done.
We were definitely here before. I don't remember what was down here or what we did, but let's take a quick look. Thanks for the follow, specializing. Oh. He couldn't open this before, like... I can't imagine this is what we're supposed to be doing, or... Yeah. Wanted to... check. So, we're past 2 of those boxes, which I guess can only be opened by... Totoro or something? I guess that would mean either this is something we like could have gotten but have missed, or will eventually get potentially, like where you play it in this area as a character. Fucking hell. Oh, Jesus Christ, these things just are all over the place. Around the corner. These guys are so annoying to deal with. Oh, the down attack is like 8 years of recovery too. You think you're safe because these guys are so far away, but fucking rolling attack. Okay, we're good on health now though, so. Well, I guess we're going inside. And we should be able to at least charge up our demon juice here. Let's consult the map. Getting a bit flustered there. Alright, let's take a quick turn to the left. Oh yeah, there's another locked door there. What that was about. Oh, hello. Shit. We used the key, but we didn't automatically go through the doors. We still got hit. Should have fucking held the block. I just assumed, I guess, that we would go through the door. But I didn't need to interact one more time, but... Oh, there's the moon key. Okay, it looks complex, but it's just 3 moves, so... Okay, I should definitely... this first. Okay. What do we got? Hey! Okay. Demon gauge increase. Books and stuff here too. A little scroll. Alright, it's just a pin up. Also, I guess I can see why that other guy was talking about the scenario stuff, locking in your like partner character, because yeah, we haven't been back to the village in like forever. Earlier on, it really seemed like you're going on a little, you go through a level and then you come back to the village, because that happens like 2 or 3 times, and then like nope, we haven't been there. I don't know. The structure in this game is unpredictable in a way, which is kind of interesting. I don't mind it. I think usually that stuff can be kind of cool, but it can, I don't know, in a way it feels a little bit like it's pulling the rug out from under you. Because you kind of expect that you're never going to go too far without having the ability to just go back and come back to the kind of hub world and be somewhat safe back there. It is a cool game. It's got some quirks to it, but I'm definitely enjoying it, that's for sure. It's kind of musing earlier on like whether I prefer this one or the first one. It's hard to say because I think there's obviously this game, there's more to this game, but not necessarily, you know, I don't think a longer game makes a better game per se. But there are like more cool things. And what I said before is like, if this game has enough like cool set pieces and memorable moments, I think that's gonna be what pushes this over the first game. And I think this has had, if nothing else, a cool variety in locations that I appreciate. I also like that the characters have more presence in the game. But the whole gift-giving system is a little bit, I don't know. it's so convoluted, and the game is like obtuse in a way that I never felt about the first game. And it's one of those things, like, if you know what to expect, you learn how it works, it doesn't necessarily impede your enjoyment of it, but there is this, like, vague sense of unease kind of hovering over me, I feel, just on account of not feeling entirely, you know, having a firm grasp on whether I know what's going on or not. Let's... How does that... Is that the staircase leading up to that other... It should be pretty quick. Actually, there's a save thing. I want to see if I can... I wouldn't be surprised if we have to leave and this is not the last time we're coming here. But I kind of want to see if... I can get through whatever it is that's still open over there. I feel like we can... slightly less precarious save here. Yeah. I mean, I've read up a little bit on how it works. I just mean that, like, the game itself doesn't really... Like, it's deliberately designed to be obtuse. Like, there's... The game doesn't really signal how these things work and what triggers what and what... Like, and it's one of those things where I won't really be able to tell how I feel about what information, because I don't think withholding information is inherently and always bad, but it can create a kind of... Oh, cool! They're actually draining meter and not health. Well, no, it's the easiest way to get rid of these guys. Kind of until I'm, like, done with the game, I'm not sure how I feel about it, I guess. Like, it adds complexity to the game that I'm not sure if it, like, that I'm not sure benefits the game. Not to say that it's, like, a big problem. But I don't enjoy the feeling of not knowing what to do and what my what impact my decisions have, being, like, so unknown. Feels not great. Okay, so we can only push from these directions. So basically we're going to push each of these once, so it's just a matter of which order. So I have to push... Wait, what the heck? This one needs to go on the top left. How the heck does this work? Well, it's obviously super wrong, but... This one, I guess, would have to be... This would be... Always 4 in one row, yeah. Is that, like, the actual... solution here? I guess so. Okay, we didn't quite get it right. We had to, like, I figured, like, this thing that goes up top left, we have to push this one up really early. Maybe this one goes first. No, that can't be right. Let's see where that went wrong. Maybe now we can do this. There we go. It's fun, like, a lot of these, they look super intimidating, but at least sometimes they're not as bad as they might seem. So is this a special move for the hammer, maybe? Well, they go here. No, wait. I feel like I could do the move anyway. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Is there anything else here? Doesn't look like it, but let's look around the corner. Hey, what do you know? I'll take that. Thank you very much. More rooms ahead? Well, I can't go up these stairs. Okay, well, this was a worthwhile detour, I guess. If this, in fact, did unlock this special move and we weren't able to perform it without having collected that scroll, then that was worth it. But got a medium health recovery anyway, so that's... Whether or not I'm going to need it, it puts my mind at ease just a little bit. I don't need to... Wait. I had to, like, make some quick decision making there. Like, am I going to try to go for the staircase here, or do I need to fend off this guy before I can accurately aim towards the stairs? Oh, block, 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 block. Okay. Cool, that's stuck. See, so that should put us about like 3-4 more gauges. See, now I'm torn again. I don't necessarily want to like stop grind, but at the same time, whenever we use that key, we pass through. We might be like not super far off from some kind of boss or milestone. But I guess we're probably not getting that much by then anyway. Ooh, help. Thank you. Yeah, fuck it. So, let's see if I can remember my way without looking at the map twice per room. Inside there's where we got the key and we used it in the water area. Oh yeah, yeah, we go outside. Right. I don't remember. I was like, where was that? Where did I even get to that area? Down here. Oh, oh, he's... That was... Oh, I guess he did some damage already. Apparently, if your buddies appear, you should help them clear out the enemies, or you'll get a friendship penalty. But basically, having him around makes this a kind of a safe-ish opportunity to do a little bit of farming anyway, so maybe worth it. Nice. yeah, we got some mushrooms. We got a lot of mushrooms. Each of them seemed to give us something decent in return last time, so... Let's see what we get. Arrows. I mean, who knows? Maybe those are going to come in super handy at some point, but... Don't look at me that way. Can't help it. Alright, okay. Coin, I guess? I won't... I mean, it's not like I have anyone else that I would want to give these mushrooms to, really, so I might as well give all of them to him, and worst case scenario, he gives us 50 arrows. Oh, you can't skip it. Nice. Mysterious mushrooms. Don't like women. Alright, okay. Chill. Whoa. Alright. Give us a fucking full buffet. Damn, I'm getting hungry. I mean, he's giving me stuff, so I'll... I mean, some the like the voice lines and the reactions. Yeah, some of this, like, the system is like this again doesn't help with making this system easier to understand, because it's like the reactions are deliberately cryptic. I'm like beyond the language barrier, of course, just like the animation doesn't quite match what they're saying, and then they have this voice line, and then you get the text description of their reaction, which doesn't necessarily match what they say and how they act. And then whether you get, like... They'll make a weird reaction, and then they'll say, oh, he was super happy to accept it, and then you get something kind of mediocre in return. It's... Yeah, I mean, the whole mushroom situation is one thing, but I feel like it's been like that with every character. Not specifically exactly like this, maybe, but at no point have I ever felt confident that I understand what's going on with this gift-giving shit. But like I said, I don't have any other use for these as far as I'm aware. Like, for all I know, I might not have an opportunity to trade with anyone again, so... Like, I keep getting, like, unique shit. Presumably, I'm not meant or expected to trade any of these things with him anyway, so I guess that means I probably get to trade with someone else. Old Chinese scripture of some kind. Like records of military strategy. I guess Magoichi would be into this, maybe? Man, I'm getting hungry. Fish. Art of War, I see. Okay, well, didn't get any healing items, unfortunately. We have a few, hopefully we can make do. I guess being able to give the items is like the sign that you've cleared out the enemies. Didn't like look at it super closely, but whoa, fuck. Yeah, like I read up a little bit. I have the kind of basic gist of how the system works. But even that's like puzzling, but because it doesn't seem like the requirements for specific things to trigger is like mysterious, because we gave Magoichi like We didn't give him the complete set of history books, but we gave him a whole bunch of them. And I felt, I don't know, it didn't seem like Kotaro was that we gave much more to him than anybody else. But enough for that to trigger that way, I guess. I guess that's this weapon? Or is it the ice? No, it's probably the ice one. Yeah. So is this another... That wouldn't make sense. I was gonna say, is there like a bloody palace thing here, but we don't have another... Ah, fuck, never mind. Okay. Guess that's a trading item? Yeah. I remember this room vaguely. Actually, is that... Well, I guess we can go inside and look, but... Map. And I'm not sure if that's... No, okay, I was gonna say... Didn't quite look like the Bloody Palace thing. Where the fuck is this? New area, I guess. Okay. Someone's been petrified. Is this a person turned to stone? Like he was trying to run away. Well, that's ominous. It would seem somewhat likely that, let's say, that we are dipping in here to get something that will allow us to progress upstairs. But let's take a look, because this seems like it's heading into some kind of a boss or something, and if by chance we happen to, while looking around here, I don't know, I just like to be able to upgrade this the dual blades if I can. Yeah, right here, I see. Nothing else. A little intel here doesn't hurt. Fish pond. I was like, why am I using this weapon? I never used this weapon. It's like, oh yeah, right, I used the meter before, but I needed to unlock the door. So does this... Okay, hang on. It looks like I would not be able to go through here. Is that gonna... Yeah, it looks broken. No getting through here. That's super easy to see when everything is this tiny. Oh, I kind of don't want to use that Onimusha mode right here. I'll say that. Dude, why does that hit me? It's better time to use it. Oh yeah, that was the thing we pass it before. Oh. Oh, it's one of these things so you can absorb stuff from. I guess there's been more of this. Well, we're actually getting... I think we have probably enough to actually level up the spear now. kind of cool. It was a little bit unexpected. Like, surely traveling to that weird place with the petrified dude, that cannot have been an optional thing. So there's a save thing. Yeah, it's actually kind of closer to advance. Well, maybe not. Oh, we did just say we'll be fine either way if we somehow end up in troublesome situation. Yeah, is this like the waterfall part, maybe? Forget. Oh. I was gonna say something happened to it. Hey, sick. Slowly but surely we're covering our... Yeah, just the waterfall. That's another chest I cannot... Oh, fucking archers. I meant to look at the map. You can get the map from here, I guess, but you have to go through multiple screens. Oh yeah, okay, so the same... Oh yeah, okay. Inside, I'll just... Past here. I lost a shit ton of health there, but... might be okay. Nice. That's lore. More about humanity, something or other. Historical demon lore. Oh, there's the boat. Wow. Wonder if... I mean, the boat's there. That's like where you go to fight the bug lady boss, right? In the first game, I mean. But I wonder if he will... Yeah, you can ride the boat. Okay. I mean, we just saved. Let's see what's going on. Okay, one of those things up there. Oh, fucking hell. Its stun is like 2 years long. I think we gained health. Well, we certainly did now. Okay, good. You can go so far and like go to many different places. Kind of unusual. Man, all this lore shit. Genma no show, like lore on the Genma King. Yeah, that looks like old Nobunaga in the back there. Pretty cool artwork. What was this? Oh yeah, right. That was like a pit. So, mix it up. Now I might as well use this and just use a meter for that. Very nice. Oh yeah, there's a door, I guess. Do I have a map of this place? Okay. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe this is where we go to find a key or something that we need. Down there. Oh, okay. Never mind. I guess those guys are blocking the door? Not a door, is it? No. Okay. It would appear that, yeah, I guess maybe we need to unpetrify these guys. I figured they were a lost cause, but this is making me think otherwise. Okay. I guess I was right then in my original assessment, but at least we got a bunch of XP. So we'll just do that. Shit. Not to get hit. Oh, shit, that's a big health at least. Oh. Hammer's slow. I mean, it makes sense, obviously, but... Fuck, I lost a bunch of health there. Well, that's what you get for being impatient. If I'd remembered that this was there, I would have just used the super. Oh well. So 3 bars. Yeah, I think I probably want to... Okay, yeah, so you probably do need... I think you needed like 7 and then 14 for the weapons, but it seemed like you only need 6 to level up the armor, so that's probably 12 then. Maybe not. Oh, whatever. That's what I want to level up next anyway, so... I mean, at this point, there's no way I want to reload this save from like an hour plus ago. Oh, whatever. I started using the save slot. So there's probably going to be an archer up on the roof here. I think maybe... Okay, let me try... Oh, or not. I wonder if or when I will have an opportunity to open those things. Let's try to push away a little bit so create some space. I don't want to have multiple of these guys fighting me at once if I can avoid it. Alright, back to the underground thingamajig. That was good. Sacrificing demon gauge for health is like pretty much always worth it, I feel like. Because you get one a lot more frequently than the other. Let's just skip these guys. I don't want to deal with them. And at this point, the XP orbs for leveling up are like actually leveling up anything is going to be pretty far off. Ooh, health. Nice. Okay, we're doing okay on health now. So the save thing was not up here. It was, yeah, it's on the other side of the portal. Go inside. I keep thinking this is like a refill thing, but no, it's just a blue torch. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom, so I think I'll take this opportunity to take a short break. It seems like I'm sensing some kind of a boss encounter or something coming up here, so good opportunity to, I don't know, stretch, take my eyeballs off my computer monitors for a bit, and recharge and recover so we can continue with vigor and energy. So I'll be AFK for just a couple of minutes, but I'll see you guys shortly. All right. We're back. So immediately after you save in the game, the prompt to like save a new game just appears. So it says at the bottom there, like in which slot do you want to save your game? So anytime I come back from, like whenever I go on break after I save, and I come back and I'm greeted by this screen that says, where do you want to save? So every single time I have to second guess myself, like, did I save? Why is it left on the prompt where it asks if I want to save? But it's like, nah, after you save, that's just where it leaves you. But it trips me up every time. All right. Well, here we go. Unless I'm just stuck here too. Am I meant to use the... okay. There was... oh, okay, there was another... I could go the other direction. Yes? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. I was like, wait, isn't this where I was supposed to go? Am I getting stuck again? Yeah. Different type of... yeah, I guess like there must be character-specific chests. Like every model of chests that looks different from the regular ones. Just like can only be opened by one specific partner character, I assume. I always want to check the map because like sometimes the shape of the room isn't like quite easy to parse naturally, and there might be like a little corner or something where there might be something, a chest or something. Oh, all right, okay. Oh, I didn't. I got turned around in kind of a weird way there. What the? Please let that come here in time. There we go. Whew. We're okay. Wait, why did I... oh, okay, I guess it died. I was gonna say, why did I change targets mid-combo? But I guess it actually died. Yeah, the hammer doesn't seem necessarily the best on these guys, because they're really quick. Arrows. Maybe they can't block it, though? I don't know. Oh! Highly speculative. Oh, it seems to work out okay. I don't feel the need to stay and fight, though. Chances are, any one of these guys is gonna fuck me up. Okay, let's... if there's a boss fight or something, I guess I'd rather hold on to that meter, but for now, let's... Master weapon. I need to look at the map. Okay. Oh, alright, that's conspicuous. Hell. Oh, I hate that they just like slipped past me inside the corner. Well, that kind of worked out somehow, but yeah, I won't. At this point, like the enemies are kind of aggressive, and like earlier on, it definitely feels like electing to fight enemies is like statistically likely to have you're likely to come out on top in terms of like health gain. I'm not sure if it's the damage they deal, their aggressiveness, or just my impatience. That seems to have changed a little bit. Oh, fuck, no, I just want the... oh, there we go. I think it makes sense that the purple orbs take longer. They're kind of important, and it means you can't as easily grab them mid-fight. And I've definitely had many situations where I want to grab every other orb but not the purple ones. But when you're desperate to get that 5th one, not a great feeling. Oh, this looks like a switch. Can I? Nope. That's gonna close the bridge. Yeah, that worked out well. Dude, this like seamless transition to CG cutscene, like, oh, that's so sick. This place is like fairly huge. Wonder why they didn't make it a button. I don't know. I mean, I can only assume that it's a deliberate balancing act kind of thing. Encouraging you not to completely stockpile. And like, that's the other thing, because if you had to spend it manually, I would hold on to it. I would like use it so rarely. There's no way in hell I would use it. I mean, obviously, I you know, you can't say. Like, obviously, you wouldn't use it as frequently as happens now, because, yeah, I wouldn't use it the instant I get the meter, the way you do now. You know, sometimes I deliberately hold off, but if I could save it, I would, I think, very often. So it could be something like that. Like, maybe they found in playtesting that people didn't use it. Because the special moves and stuff, because you have enough meter to store multiple ones, you're not as precious. When you use the special move, it doesn't feel like, it won't feel like a waste if you do it at a bad time. At least not very much. Whereas the Onimusha mode is like, it is pretty powerful, and it would be very easy to feel like it would be wasted if used at an opportune moment. So I think that makes perfect sense from that point of view. Like, it's a little inconvenient in a way, yes, but I think that is kind of by design. Okay, yeah, I noticed that this... Okay, this will be interesting. Maybe... I'm not sure what to expect here in terms of what we'll find here. Surely there'll be something to take care of these stone guys. Some way or another. But how that'll resolve remains to be seen. Yeah, this really does not deal very much damage, does it? That's a health gain. I guess you fucking needed the hammers for these guys. Oh, fuck, command grab. Camera angles. Not okay. Well, that worked out surprisingly well. Now I'm aiming on targeting someone completely different. Counter hit. Okay, health, orbs, and shit. All right. I'll move on while I'm ahead. I'm not even ahead, but I'll cut my losses, I guess, is a better way of... Okay, well, this sure is something. Oh, boy, okay, okay. Oh, fuck! Dude, I'm, like, getting comboed here. Thanks. Move to the... Oh, dude, I can't see shit. Good, tank that while I absorb this. Okay, well, it worked out. That worked out. What's up, Led Axel? We're slowly but surely making progress. Oh yeah, we can gift her stuff. We should. Really don't know what I have that she wants. Oh, we'll see. History books are for Magoichi. This is liquor, so I guess that's Eke. Is she into everything that's like Western? I want to say that we tried to give her like the Spanish globe, I think, and she was like, I don't care for this. Like a fucking love potion. Oh yeah, I think I picked this up. I must have, yeah. Sabi. Fish. So she liked the British tea set. There's probably like Chinese tea sets too, right? Give it a shot. Oh yeah, this stuff is trendy now, isn't it? Okay, that's a positive reaction, I guess. Hey, okay, small healing item. That's definitely more useful to us than Chinese tea set. A single fork. I mean, hey, it's exotic. You know, imagine a single chopstick in like fucking 1800s or something. I don't know. So Eke was talking about sweets before, so I assume he would like this too. But again, you kind of have to guess a little bit. I mean, I don't think I could fuck up too badly, so fuck it, let's give it a shot. See if she like the fork. Yep. Alright, it's a delightful, very nice fork. Cool. I guess you liked it. Hey, medium healing. Holy shit. I guess you must have really liked it. Is she based off a real person? Like, as far as the likenesses, no one who's like, well, okay, just backing off. The only person who gets a credit is guy whose likeness they used for Jubei. And the other characters definitely don't look like they're... Yeah. It feels weird. But maybe she likes me, so now she'll give me something super sick back. Or maybe, I guess, like, probably that just raises their friendship stats. Yeah, we just got bullets, but that probably increases. I don't know. We'll be happy like that. But the characters themselves, I'm assuming, like, Yagyu Jubei is... he's like a real person, right? I think. Like a historical figure of some sort. Like, cause it's all steeped in history to some degree, right? Because obviously, Oda Nobunaga is a real person. Are we supposed to destroy these things? Because I guess I can try to use my fucking gun that I never use for anything. Fuma Kotaro is either was a real person or is like someone from like folklore, or like those are characters who exist outside this game at least. I have no idea if this does anything, but let's be thorough. But that's the thing. I feel like I'm absolutely not well versed in Japanese or Chinese history, but there's a lot of historical, like, there's folklore and historical novels and stuff where certain things are like, you have people like Oda Nobunaga, who was a real person, but there's like an gigantic mythology kind of around it. And it feels to me, the impression I get without being knowledgeable about it whatsoever, is that there is kind of a literary tradition of these kind of pseudo-historical stories. I mean, I guess maybe something like Robin Hood would be a something sort of similar, right? Where there's like there's like parts of that are kind of sort of based on history, but like not really. And you get a lot of these, like, games would be where I've been most in contact with these, like all these stories and stuff that are set in this, like, the Warring States period. And there are a lot of these characters and people who show up in a lot of these different types of fictionalized settings. That borrow degrees of a fact and history as like window dressing, I guess. All right, let's do this. Not do that. Is that a thing? Well, I guess we got the map and we kind of told, yeah. Ah, so now we can see that there's something beyond that fake wall. Don't think this is where we came from. Yeah, okay. Oh, there's one we can't open. A trading item? There's a shit ton of these now. It is not. Instead of... Oh! We use this... Okay, this is how we turn people to not stone. Okay, sick. So I guess we have to... Yeah, fuck it. We'll just... take a second lap around. I'm not sure if we're required to unpetrify everyone, but I guess they'd probably appreciate it. Wait, I thought I would be coming back to the first... Oh, okay. Oh, technically, I guess we weren't into this room, but we were probably blocked. Yeah, exactly. Huh, shit, this looks deceptively simple, but there's 5 turns. That's not gonna work. Okay. The controls are a little funky. Okay. First, and then... There we go. Oh, sick. Health extension. Sure, I'll take that. Thank you very much. If I can find it. There we go. Yeah, Yagyu Jubei is who we're playing as, and off the top of my head, oh, who is not real? No, I guess Lamisar was getting Fumakotaro and Goemon mixed up, it sounds like. Yeah, Yagyu Jubei is he's in Samurai Showdown. And I'm sure there's other fictionalized version of that character in like Sengoku Muso or Sengoku Basara or whatever else. Wouldn't surprise me. But I don't know offhand how much of a real person he was. But there, yeah, like Samurai Shodown also. I mean, obviously that is not a like historical documentary or anything. But I mean, it has like I can't remember off the top. I mean, Hattori Hanzo is also a like similar kind of like character that exists outside of that game, like a public domain character / real person or something in between. Of course, we can't forget that Samurai Showdown 6 as a playable character, United States President Andrew Jackson, which is quite something. Yeah, it's kind of goofy that you have to use those items. Oh yeah, I wanted to use the stone thing, I guess. Right. Thank you very much. I was trying to run away when I was attacked from behind. Oh, he's got shit for me. Okay. Okay. Well, he's not in a hurry to get out now, I guess. So I guess that's why you want to unpetrify folks. You actually get shit for it. It's game design. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like even characters that have been / oh, okay, not everyone gives you shit, I guess. Let's... Just want to make sure. Okay. We didn't have stuff for us eventually. Even characters that start off as like real people, they get kind of mythologized, and you know, lines start to blur and all that. And you know, even if at some point like whoever first started writing about them were documenting the real exploits of a real person, that ends up being kind of a footnote eventually. Well, there were other people here, so let's, I guess, see if... I don't remember where they were. Oh, okay. Well, right here, I guess. I'm close enough. Yeah, I think they're giving us lore on... They're building up boss. Yeah, it's talking about some damn monkey. Yes. The damn monkey is who caused all this. Okay, he's got something for us, maybe? No. Yeah, こっそりあんたにあげるよ。別には内緒だよ。Oh, sick, okay. Yeah, he had this. It was supposed to give it to someone, but he's like, yeah, I'll just give it to you. Were there more people further away? Well, there is. Okay, we'll run over to that weird little extra bit there, if that is. So I thought for sure that this would be that we would have to go underground to fight. Oh yeah, we have to go through here first. Oh fuck! Oh my god, I got fucking sniped by the ground bug. That was fucking teamwork. I was expecting to deal with these petrified people by taking care of who was responsible for it down here. But we got the unpetrified thing first. Wow, he didn't do it. I have a feeling we're not able to deal with this But who knows? The fucking elevator thing, right? I guess it's like rock. I don't know. I feel like if the hammer can't bust through, we're gonna like ice through this wall or some shit. Wind through it. Lightning through this wall. Yeah, screw it. Let's go back. Okay. It's not super easy to see where you can run. We got there. The next room. We might have left some stone person, but so be it. I don't need to save again. Unpet. Shit, that's not a bad idea. That's a much better idea than I had. All right, let's give it a shot. So funny, like it's an obvious thing to try, right? But I think I'm like, maybe because I was thinking like very literally, because the item description says it will unpetrify a person. I don't know if it's gonna do anything. No. And in fact, this is another one of those instances where there's no interaction with the wall. You can't like press circle to have a text show up. And usually if you can use an item, it's quite unusual to have some place where you can use an item, but if you try to just interact without the item, nothing happens, which is exactly what was like there. But at least thinking of it and trying it, I think was the right call, even if it didn't work. So maybe we come back here, who knows? Okay, so it's the other, like the top right part of the map. Yes, okay. Right, we travel with the boat. So I think probably the green slimy goop thing that was on the door, I think that's like a one-time enemy. I don't think that'll respawn. Disgorgex. I'm not sure how you read that name, but thank you very much for the follow anyway. Oh, okay, we got one of these things now. Oh, okay. I was like, wait, is that Kotaro or an enemy? I was like, I guess he was still in this like fighting stance. But just enemies that hadn't spawned yet. Like, don't mention it, buddy. Cool. We even healed up further. At this rate, we're actually getting, like, not super duper far off from enough points to level up. Enemies keep actually dropping fairly chunky amounts of souls at this point. We don't have enough. I think we might need like 4 or 5. Yeah, there's more than one archer for sure. This is like the worst possible spot to try and farm. See where we're at. Yeah. I think this would take actual farming efforts, but we'll save, and if there's a boss fight coming up, if we die, then maybe I'll reconsider. Because I don't know, it's just, there's something extremely unsatisfying about the idea of getting like just barely enough points, or like just barely not enough points rather, to level up gear, and then being able to level them up only immediately after an encounter. We'll see where this is. Nowhere near close enough, I don't think, these guys. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's like books and stuff. And the charts. Wait, what? What does it say? Yeah, some kind of blueprint. But it looks incomplete. It looks like someone's trying to construct something huge. A giant something or other. We get both of them at once here? I guess so. Yeah, okay. Alright, we just live around here. Okay. Alright. It's like we're leaving now. We're going home. Be careful. Alright. Okay, good. Thanks for saving us. Okay, it was worth talking a few times here. Getting fresh vegetables. Fresh local produce. I think it was like a pretty good healing item or something, wasn't it? It's actually... So I think we have a couple of those now. 4. Yeah, that's a big heal. Wow, okay. I think we've like safely recovered. We were like down to 1 medium heal. And we were like 2, 1, 2 or something on healing items. So now we have a shit ton. We have this one, which also is a full health and spirit juice, demon juice, whatever. Yeah, small demon meter, large demon meter refill. Do I have any tips on learning and remembering kanji? Not really. I'm pretty bad at it. I took Japanese in college for a couple of years, a long time ago at this point. My reading comprehension is not great. So I haven't studied kanji or anything in Japanese really for about 12 years. So whatever techniques I used then, I barely remember, if I'm being honest. But I mean, I learned Japanese in school, so it was pretty... I mean, that helps a lot, right? You don't need the same kind of discipline to come up with techniques or regiments or anything, as if you're just practicing on your own. So I'm afraid I don't have any great advice. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident, actually. Like, even if there's a big fight, we have to use a bunch of healing items. The game's not that stingy. Like, you don't have an overabundance of them, but it's not, like, really stingy. Oh, no, okay. So... who's over there? And... yeah, practice writing definitely helps. If I can get that in there, might as well. Wait, I fucked up. Still barely know what I'm doing, but okay. What was the other... oh yeah, this is going to take us back to... wait. I was going to say, this is going to take us back to the castle from 1. But no, we're already there. Is this going to take us back to where we were? Let's enter the path of light. Who the heck is this guy? Some kind of skull cave or something. Onigashima, okay. Back to the demon island. Oh, sick. Okay, I mean, okay, skull cave of some kind, not too far off. Yeah, dude, like, as far as kanji goes, like, yeah, my reading comprehension is not as good as it once was, but writing, I can't write kanji for shit. I haven't written a single kanji, I feel like, in many, many years. But, yeah, for sure, like, keeping it in your active vocabulary, so to speak, or your active repertoire certainly helps keeping it in your passive repertoire as well. Yeah, I've felt that I absolutely should. That's great. Right, in the middle of my attack. Will my final hit still hit? Something happened there. Without the framework of school, I've just never really been able to... I mean, I've tried to make use of my Japanese as much as I can. Playing games, Twitter, whatever else. But, it's not easy to, kind of keep it up. Okay, that's just a little closet. Although, is it even open? No. Bony hands. Dude, this is a pretty literal skull cave, by the way. It's not really what I pictured, but that's what's awesome. Like, it's just gonna be some kind of cave or hallway, some kind of catacombs, and there's gonna be decorative skeletal elements of some kind, but it's gonna look totally different from previous shit, and it's fucking sick. The visuals in these games are so awesome. Yeah, I think I, at some point, I think I got the first volume of Remembering the Kanji, which is a series of books by, what's his name? Richard Heisig, I think? The name of the author? Which is like, I don't remember when they first came out, probably a long time ago at this point, but it was kind of a somewhat different approach to learning kanji, which is like, it's not focused on learning the Yojo kanji like in order, as you typically do in school, but it's more about learning, and it's like not focused on learning the readings and pronunciations, but it's focused on learning radicals and the meanings of them, and it has a lot of kind of, I don't know if trick is the right word, but like, associations and rhymes and those kinds of things, like to help you. Yeah, it's all about like techniques for memorizing and learning to remember kanji, but focusing much more on meanings than on readings. Which I've had people who are super like into those books. I want to say again that I got the first one, but I don't remember if I didn't use it in school. I remember that much, but I remember wanting to get the book as like practice once I kind of got out of school. But even that was so long ago at this point that I don't remember if I have the book or if I really used it, let alone what I thought about it. But yeah, I think there's probably a lot of resources. Probably a lot of more resources now than when I went to school, if I had to guess. But worth looking into. I'm sure you could find like an ebook version on the internet if somewhere, if money is an issue. But again, I'm sure there's legally open and free resources available as well. We are rapidly approaching 7 p.m., which is kind of the time I'd set for wrapping up the stream. I need to go outside at some point today to just get a little bit of exercise. And I don't strictly need to go to the supermarket before they close, but I think I would like to. Which isn't like 2 hours from now, so I'm not exactly in a hurry from that standpoint, but I should probably see what's up here, and probably next time, because clearly we're not heading immediately into a boss encounter, maybe soon enough, but Looking to find a good place to soon-ish, I would think. This game is cool. See, that's, I think, probably the one thing, the two things that I like the most about this game compared to the first one. Is how the broader range, higher amount and broader range of locations, and having the more characters present. But it is kind of a shame, like, for this kind of half of the game, you do kind of really get locked in with whatever partner character. I mean, of course, I guess we managed to give enough stuff to for you to have her show up as well, but it was kind of more fun earlier on when all of the characters showed up here and there, whether it was like scripted story stuff or partner assist, whatever, as well as being back to the village and interacting with them and stuff. It's been, I was kind of surprised in a way that, like, that seemed to be the kind of established structure that then just completely changed. But that stuff is really what makes this game, or like makes the first game in comparison, feel pretty, like, quaint. Dude, look at this fucking statue. Yeah, I used to use the Kai-chan in, like, Firefox, like, ages ago. Nowadays, I usually just rely on, like, Chrome's built-in, like, translate feature, but it's not perfect. And I have, there's like a, there's a gisho.org is a, I use that fucking all the time. They have some kind of a, I don't remember exactly how it works, but it's like, if there's a thing you can, I have like a shortcut button in my, like, bookmarks bar in my browser where if I make a selection on a page and I click that link, it'll pop up a window with a translation. It's like a JavaScript thing, I guess, of that search term. But I'm sure, like, if you look for browser extensions, I bet there's a bunch of them. Chew Bamboo, what is up? Thank you for the follow. My day's been pretty good. I've been playing Onimusha 2, and this game is pretty fucking sick. Let's see if we, like... Maybe this is what we do. Maybe we just finish grinding out the level 3 armor. Nice, we got it. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, not quite what I expected. We got the sick royal purple collar. It's a little more colorful. I want to get closer to the camera. I actually like the kind of leather armor straps across the shoulders on the previous one, but I guess technically there's some kind of a breastplate situation going on that wasn't there before. I just love this shit, the way your armor, like, upgrades visually throughout the game. It's like super satisfying because these upgrades are so I don't know, few and far between. Like, it really feels impactful when you make a change. It's not like you loot, you know, you grab loot and change your gear every 2 seconds, so you keep changing and you keep looking sillier and sillier. Like, no, there's just, like, I guess 3 versions of 3 different armor pieces. And I feel like they could very easily have just not had the character change visually, but they went that extra mile, and it's greatly appreciated. At least by me. Well, I think that is, I think that's where we're gonna wrap up. And you know what? I'm gonna save over my first slot here because there's no way in hell we're gonna go back. I did save on in a secondary slot because I was a little unsure. We spent so many healing items going through that Bloody Palace thing. But we've recovered. We've earned all the healing items back and more. So no reason to be worried about. I mean, I didn't expect that I would ever feel the need to go back to that save file, but it was just a little bit of insurance. But I feel confident that that's not going to be an issue. But yeah, good progress. We got a little bit stuck earlier on, but we got pretty far. This game certainly is a lot longer than the first game. I don't know how far into the game I am at this point, but we still have 2 orbs missing, so I don't think we're, like, on the cusp of finishing it. But we'll see. It's been a long time, I feel like, since I played a game that was this long. it took this many streams to get through, and it's making me a little anxious about 3 and 4. I feel like those games might be longer. What emulator am I using? I'm using the Sony PlayStation 2 computer entertainment system to play my disc copy of Onimusha 2. I'm not playing on emulator. I'm capturing my video from my PS2 console using a RetroTink 5X Pro via RGB SCART. Is working quite well. PS2 is always a hassle because of the interlaced video. They're like, this is not perfect in a way. Like, interlaced video is just never going to be perfect if you have to de-interlace it, but it does a really good job compared to most other solutions. Some games are a little more finicky than others, but for the most part, this works out pretty well. Like, you can tell whenever there's like a screen transition, maybe not every single transition, but like sometimes. Actually, I should show you. I think the text screens are the most notable. Like when you're scrolling and when you stop scrolling, like you can tell that it's kind of flickering. That has to do with the interlacing and the way some things move on screen sometimes. But of course, I'm capturing it and then I'm putting it into OBS and it's like rescaling and it's being filtered. Like there's a lot of stuff happening, but I'll tell you this, I tried playing PS2 stuff on PS3, which is terrible because the PS3 runs PS2 games like shit. The upscaler is terrible, there's awful input lag and whatever else. And then I had a different upscaler. I had a Chinese budget upscaler that didn't really work super well for PS2 stuff. And then I had a, not RetroTink, the OSSC, which is a great device, but PS2 interlaced signals in particular, as well as Super Famicom stuff, had some issues here and there. So then when they opened up pre-orders for the RetroTink 5X earlier this year, I jumped on that. I didn't even really feel the need for one in particular. I just figured, these are going to be limited. Let me just get one, or I might regret it further on. And I absolutely do not regret buying one, because I've been playing a bunch of PS2 and Super Nintendo stuff, and it works really well. So I'm very happy with it. It was expensive, but I've gotten a lot of use out of it, so I'm very happy with it. I have a CRT here on my desk that I'm unfortunately not using because I don't have a SCART splitter. Because you need kind of an active splitter, otherwise you lose a lot of video brightness and quality, and it's kind of... I love playing old console games on original hardware. I would love to use a CRT monitor, but original hardware, like I said, I don't use emulators for the most part. I have nothing against emulators. I've played a lot of games on emulator over the years. But because I have original hardware and I collect the games, that's how I want to play them. But there's no denying that there's absolutely easier and cheaper and more sensible ways of playing old games. But it's a bit of a hassle, but it's still satisfying when it all comes together. Do I not recommend the OSSC for PS2? Your mileage may vary. I think it might depend on a few different factors, but undeniably, one thing that the RetroTink does better, or like it's the only one that really handles it well, is when games change resolution, which happens not so much on PS2, but on PS1 and 64 and Saturn. You have a lot of games that flip back and forth between 240p and 480i. And most devices has like, it kind of drops the signal for a few seconds while it's like readjusting the resolution. And the RetroTink 5X does that like near instantly. Honestly, it's been such a long time since I did anything PS2 on the OSSC. I think the resolution switching and the Super Famicom stuff were bigger reasons for wanting one than the PS2 stuff. Like, I think you can do... I mean, I have played through PS2 games captured on the OSSC. It works. It's like... You might just have some imperfections in the deinterlacing, and I think the RetroTink 5X Pro does a better job. But if you are... Like, if the question is simply, which device would I recommend? Which device do I think is better? I think the RT5X is definitely, for me, the better device. Because the other thing too is it's easier to use. As far as the OSSC goes, like, it has incredible granular settings. You can like tweak a billion different things about how it interprets signals, and it's entirely possible that with the correct knowledge, I would have been able to tweak the settings to make it run perfectly. Of course, if you have like a modded PS2, you could probably run it via component and force a progressive signal. I know obviously some games support progressive scan on PS2, but I think on like a BIOS level with a mod chip or some other mod, you might be able to force progressive scan on all games. I'm not positive on that, but the PS2 is like a complicated beast, so there's a lot of different factors. But the thing is, ultimately, that the RT5X Pro, I think, is the easiest device of its kind to use relative to all you can do with it. I never really scratched the surface too deeply with the OSSC in terms of what you can do and how you can tweak settings for optimal results. You can still use that as kind of a plug-and-play device, but you're not quite getting everything out of it that it's offering. But of course, the main difference probably for most people is that the RetroTink 5X Pro is significantly pricier. I think I paid about, what, 180 euros maybe for my OSSC? And including shipping and everything else, I think the RT5X ended up closer to 400 euros. So I think, including shipping and stuff, yeah, I think I paid a bit over 200 for the OSSC. Maybe closer to 3, I'm not sure, but it was years ago. But the RT5X is definitely more expensive. I had the money to burn. I feel like it's been worth it. It's a great device. But if you need a solution and the OSSC is within your budget and the RT5X is not to mention orders are typically only open here and there, and they kind of sell out very quickly, so you might have a hard time finding one. Then I think for PS2 specifically, the OSSC will probably do you just fine. I don't think it's the optimal solution, but it's perfectly fine. It's not my top recommendation, but I wouldn't recommend against it, per se. Cheapest solution, maybe the GBS control. That's some soldering required. Yeah, that immediately disqualifies it for my use. I don't know anything about soldering or tinkering with hardware. That's the thing too, like there's so many solutions, I feel like, showing up on the market on such a frequent, regular basis nowadays that I don't even keep up. Like there's a lot of these hardware mods to install like an HDMI, like digital output into your PS1s or N64s or whatever, which is a really cool idea. But because I have a bunch of consoles, as you can tell, maybe, having a singular device to plug everything into is nice. So I do have this super cheap, chintzy old 3-way input SCART splitter. So I have to I only have 3 inputs. So I have to swap cables. But it's easier than swapping every single time. And then I have I used to have a HDMI switcher, because obviously I don't run my HDMI devices through the RetroTink. But that one was so unreliable. It just didn't work very well. And I ended up 70% of the time having to physically rejigger the cables anyway, that I just stopped using it. But I would really like to have a setup where I don't ever have to connect and disconnect cables when I'm swapping consoles. But I'm not quite there. But I am looking to get a G-SCART or G-SCART 2, or whatever is the current model, which is like the active 6 or 8 input, 2 output SCART switcher / splitter, which is like the premium model. There's a bunch of other devices that do similar things, but that's the only one I know that reliably functions properly with Mega Drive and Super Famicom and whatever else. Everyone else seems to have some asterisk about not really working super well with certain consoles. But those things are, as all hardware, impossible to get in the year 2021. they had a production run in like April, and they were like, yeah, this is probably going to be the last batch of 2021, and they increased the price quite a bit from previous batches too. So I really hope I'll be able to get one of those next year. I might even look into other solutions, even if they're not great, so I can just fucking use my CRT finally. I've had this CRT for like 7 years, and earlier this year is when I finally was able to move things around and clear space on my desk to physically fit it on my desk here. But I still can't use it in my capture setup. Obviously, I can hook up my consoles to it, and if I'm not streaming, I can play on my CRT. But that involves plugging stuff in, and like I rarely play my old consoles except when I'm streaming anyway. But if I could do that easily, without having to physically move cables around, I might do it more. But as I said, it's a bit of a hassle. Do you know if you can buy a RetroTink in Europe? No, as far as I'm aware, what's his name? Mike Chi, the guy who makes them. I don't think there are any like authorized resellers. I think everything goes through them. I could be wrong about that, but I mean, I bought mine from them. So the super fancy 8 SCART connectors. Yeah, there are like, because I remember when I was doing the research on this when I was setting up my CRT. I think it was like this past summer. I did some research and I was looking into. I went to like Retro RGB, which is a good resource. It's a website and a YouTube channel where they review a lot of these devices and shit. And there's a bunch of like devices that'll like switches, but devices that will also output multiple signals are much more rare. Because yeah, having a nice switch is nice, but the main issue for me is I need 2 SCART outputs, so I can send one signal to my RetroTink and one signal to my TV, to my CRT. And any device that does that is like generally expensive and hard to get. But I did actually see something on Twitter just the other day. Someone was asking for advice on those kinds of things, and someone linked a device that was just a splitter. It didn't have a switch kind of functionality to it. And if that works, I might want to see if I can get one of those if it's not too expensive. Because, yeah, it's one extra step in my chain of devices here, which is a little inconvenient. But I can stomach a little bit of additional inconvenience if it means being able to use my CRT, because that's going to be a huge boost to, you know, the visual quality of these games. Playing them on a CRT, I'll be able to play technically with less input lag. And it means I have, because right now I have 2 monitors for my PC. I'm playing the game on one monitor and I'm watching you guys on the other, among other things. So if I have a CRT, which essentially is a 3rd monitor, then I can play on that screen, and then I have just suddenly way more PC screen real estate that I could certainly use for something, I guess. That'd be nice. But yeah, I mean, I'm no expert, but I'm happy to share whatever knowledge and experience I have with capturing in game hardware and video signals and whatever else. So feel free to ask about my setup or advice or whatever it might be, and I'll answer whatever questions I can to the best of my ability. Anyway, yeah, we made some good progress in Onimusha 2. We will continue the quest of Yagyu Jubei and his revenge on Lord Nobunaga on Monday. Monday, 6 p.m. CET. The stream will reconvene. So until then, I hope you guys have a delightful rest of your weekend. And I shall see who else is streaming that we can send you guys to. I hope you guys are willing to stick around for another 2 minutes or so we can do a nice little raid. We can visit some friend who's doing something or other, see what's going on. Looks like Hippolito is exploring some kind of mysterious hallways or dungeons or something. Let's see what he's up to. Oh yeah, feel free to pay your fight tax, by the way, as I see that some dutiful community members are doing. We just had our Friday night bonus stream yesterday, so we are starting up the new challenge to raise the necessary funds for the 11th Viewer's Choice versus Fighting Game Friday night bonus stream, whenever that may happen. I guess I should also... We've had a few new people show up here, so I think this has probably showed up in chat a few times, but feel free to follow me on Twitter and join my Discord if you would like to hang out, get more updates on upcoming streams, chat about games, see more of my art or whatever it might be. I just updated my merch store, by the way, the other day with some new Super Metroid designs, among other things. I saw you guys were into the Super Metroid illustration, so if you want that on a coffee mug or a t-shirt or a hoodie, just head on to that merch shop link there and take a look if that happens to catch your interest. But once again, thank you for watching. Take care, everybody. I'll see you guys next time.